Fucking
Took my pre-show rip, so I'm all ready to go. Hello and welcome everyone who is just joining us now. Uh, I am Sam Hiller of the Source Podcast. I am joined by the General himself, Steve. Salute and
what's
thank
up,
you
brother?
to BCMG and everyone else. I'm happy to be here. What's up? Is it's draft day still? A lot of people don't seem to consider days 2 and 3 as draft day still. I'm not one of those guys.
Day three, I don't as much because
But you know who does?
you never know. You never know who does though. So that's the thing with day three is you never know in day three at all. Like you never know in general, but like
Not at all.
day three to me is like because how many guys have come out like on day three that you like oh and turned into like a great play? You know what I mean? Like
I feel like more than a lot of people would expect, honestly. And I think someone who might agree with that would be your head coach, who drafted someone who a lot of people thought would be a day two guy on day one. I'm not a Patriots fan, so I can't speak for you guys. But me personally, I feel like I would be done questioning Bill Belichick at this point and just start trusting the process.
but that's kind of what I feel. What I basically said this morning is so I can understand people who say that you might have been able to get him a little later. I can understand that. At the same time, there are reports out there that people had him graded in the 40s. They had teams taking him before New England picked again at 54. So if Bill Belichick, of all people, really liked an offensive lineman who like he's notoriously really good at drafting and developing.
I don't need to tell you, but the last time you guys did this was Logan Mankins.
I was just gonna say, people are all pissed off. Mel Kiper had to shift through his papers. Oh, okay. When Belichick drafted Logan Mankins, Mel Kiper said it was crazy and it was never gonna work, and he should have waited until like day 3 or something.
Classic Mel.
Fourth round, he wanted him to be drafted in, and I mean, like, look, Logan Mankins will be in the Patriots Hall of Fame. Uh, I think he's got a conversation for the NFL Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. And whenever you're having that conversation about a guy who everyone's like, who is this? I feel like at this point with Bill Belichick, if a Bill Belichick came out and said, as I'm sure you know, that Bill Belichick said he wouldn't have been around much longer. Now, I understand that other teams were shocked and McVay and all of them were shocked, and that was a funny interview. But I also do trust the knowledge of Bill Belichick and his knowledge of the league that other people regarded this guy highly, especially if he spent as much time on the guy as he did, watching his film at his games. He must have known that he was not the only guy there. I mean, it's Bill Belichick. This is not his first rodeo.
Yeah, no, he knew what he was doing. He knew he wanted Cole Strange.
Absolutely.
Belichick wanted the guy. And look, I didn't know that much about him. I'm not going to pretend that I'd seen the name. I didn't know all that much about him because I didn't watch a lot of UT Chattanooga games. I'm not going to pretend I did.
You're telling me you were not watching FCS football every Saturday?
I was not, no.
For shame, sir. For shame.
But I mean, so like everything I've looked into, this is a telling one to me, a big thing. He's played center, left guard, and left tackle.
Yep.
Oh wow, you know who loves a guy who can play in 3 different positions on the offensive line? Bill Belichick.
Absolutely.
It's like it, and that to me, that's great value. If the guy can actually plug in at those positions, that's good value in a player to me. If the guy ends up, like I said, I don't know how good of a player he's going to be. The draft's a crapshoot. You don't know. Belichick liked the guy.
And that's the thing. It's like when you're looking at, the draft's a crapshoot. Yes, there are positions, and each position is like a view in everyone's head. The first overall pick in the first round, most valuable pick to everyone, so on and so forth. But when you're looking through like the history of draft, it's not necessarily like that. Every coach and every GM really values players at different spots. You see the Jets saying that we got 3 of the top 8 guys on our board, and they got the third one at pick number 26. So it doesn't always work out the same way. Everyone doesn't always have the same board. And when we're comparing, which coach, which GM has which board, I'm frankly okay with trusting Bill Belichick's board.
Yeah. It's to me, drafting isn't always just about the best player that's there. Or who had the best tape. It's what guy fits you the best. And like one thing I remember is Kyle Duggar a few years ago.
Yep.
Everyone was pissed that Bill Belichick drafted Kyle Duggar because they thought if he was going to draft a safety, he should have drafted Grant Delpit. Well, Grant Delpit's biggest problem coming out of college was tackling, missed tackles.
What does Bill hate?
Bill Belichick despises that. He hates that. So he drafted Kyle Duggar. So far,
yeah,
I've been very happy with that. I can't say that Cole Strange is going to be good, but like, if the guy turns out to be a good, solid, young offensive lineman for 4 or 5 years, that's a good thing. You've got a rookie like it. I do love Mac Jones already texted Cole Strange this morning.
Good.
Saying what's up, and they're going out to dinner tonight.
All right. It's always good for that to be the case. You want your quarterback to. I'm sorry, I'm distracted. There's a man on the draft stage currently being lifted upside down in a straitjacket, and I'm just incredibly fascinated by what they plan to do here. Yeah, no, I'm not joking. It looks like they're trying to do a Houdini thing before day 2 kicks off. Don't think I can say I've ever seen anything like this before, but it's a draft in Vegas, so I'm sure they're pulling out all the stuff. He is wrangling around in midair. I am struggling to talk about football while watching this.
He's wrangling around.
He's spinning upside down, 40 feet in the air on a rope tied to his feet. And nothing is like, he's trying to get out of the straitjacket. Oh, that was effective. He got out of the straitjacket. Okay. I'm already impressed with day 2. There are also a ton of people on stage. That's like huge pressure. And I know it's in Vegas, so of course he's wearing a Raiders shirt. But like, what a Raiders thing to do.
It's totally a Raiders fan thing to do.
All right, and with that, I think they are announcing the start of round 2. So yeah, the last thing I guess I want to say about Cole Strange and about drafting the first round is. Everyone has a different draft strategy, and one thing I've noticed about Bill Belichick is his is clearly, I'm going to go get my guy, no matter what you value him at or where anyone else values him at. We've seen it all the way back from Logan Mankins to Kyle Duggar to now to almost every single draft pick he's made. He doesn't care what you think. He doesn't care what the world thinks. He had his dog make a pick.
Morning from a Patriots fan was that there wasn't much to see of Cole Strange on YouTube. I was like, oh, shit, because I know Belichick doesn't have access to anything else other than you.
I know he's frantically scrambling on YouTube to find the highlights and what some guy with 650 subscribers said in his 12-minute scouting report, which I'm not diminishing whatsoever. I'm just saying I'm not sure Bill Belichick takes that into account. I think he's got other plans.
I see some of my stuff on YouTube because I don't have access to what Bill Belichick.
Listen, if you can find it, there is a bunch of footage of me tearing up my flag football league as a 10, 11-year-old on YouTube, absolutely breaking ankles on route to like a 70-yard touchdown run. I'm not gonna try to push it too much, but if you can find it, I'll definitely retweet it. That's a challenge to somebody.
If you can find it.
Oh, I know where it is. I've watched it over and over again. It's a glory days route for me.
In a wrestling match, getting a penalty called on me for delivering a very nice elbow directly to the face.
Wow. I actually want someone to find that more than I care about anyone finding my stuff. If you can find a video of Steve elbowing someone in the face on YouTube, I will happily pay someone at least $5 or $10 for it, because that's worth at least that much for me and laughs.
It should still be there.
But yeah, Also, I tried to look up some footage of Cole Strange on YouTube, and the most I could find was some Senior Bowl stuff. And to be fair, when you're talking about a guy who comes from an FCS school, that's kind of where someone really can shoot up the boards.
That's where a lot of it's going to come from, and like that's where Kyle Duggar again, like his name really blew up because people saw him flying around the field. And
yeah,
to me, if a guy comes out and impresses at the Senior Bowl, well, then that says a lot. That says a lot more to me than I can't find his tape on YouTube.
Well, it's also like you gotta expect. The Senior Bowl is highly coveted by all these coaches, and it's a lot of these guys' only chance to get up really good tape against really quality players.
We're school guys. These FCS guys, UT Chattanooga guys.
Exactly. And I watched some of his Senior Bowl tape, what I could find at least, and it looked. I mean, I'm not going to put too much stock into a guy snapping a ball and then blocking the one guy in front of him, because obviously there are stunts, there's different kind of blitzes, there's understanding the game, but he was holding his own against I think Devontae Wyatt was one of the guys going up against him in one of those drills, and he actually not only was he holding his own, but he was throwing some people around too. So I was actually quite impressed. He had a lot of attitude when it came to he was trying to fight some people essentially. And that kind of mean streak, that's a Belichick special. Belichick loves that.
He seems a little tapped out. In his introductory interview today, he said he likes to make up things in his head to get mad about during the game, so he can be mad at the other team and get more aggressive. I'm like, I kind of like that. if you're a little crazy, I don't know. Offensive line.
That's what you want out of your offensive line. I mean, that was like one of the main appeals with Trevor Penning out of Northern Iowa. Like like one of his pros in the draft was literally that he had a mean streak, that he was like that kind of guy that loved to finish plays, And I don't know if with the lack of tape that a lot of people can find on the internet on Cole Strange, that a lot of internet scouts were able to give him that designation. But I mean, it seems like, that seems like something that Belichick loves as well. So I would not be surprised if that's something that he had.
Tapes I saw Jim Nagy, however you say it, put up, because he was defending the pick for Belichick.
It's ridiculous that people have to defend a Belichick pick at this point.
Dude, I'm gonna do a terrible Twitter take because
Go for it.
Ben Volin.
Not only do I love terrible Twitter takes, but I actually was in a class that Ben Volin came to speak in, so I got to ask him a couple questions face to face. I'd love to hear what he had to say. I actually think I know which one you're talking about.
So you realize how stupid he was, right?
What was it that he said? It doesn't matter if Cole Strange makes 10 Pro Bowls. This is still a mistake pick.
Could make 10 straight Pro Bowls, and it doesn't make it a good pick. Dude, if that guy goes to 10 Pro Bowls, like as an offensive, that's like a Hall of Fame player.
If it's the first overall draft pick and he makes 10 straight Pro Bowls, it's a great pick. Anyone who makes 10 straight Pro Bowls is objectively a good player, a very, very good player. I don't care how you spin it. And it doesn't matter where they're drafted. If they make 10 straight Pro Bowls, they were worth the draft pick.
Yeah, like it's I can't.
Oh, all right. The first pick is in. All right. What's funny for me? I just don't understand, and I get it, you're trying to shop the pick around, but I feel like the first pick should always be in as soon as the round starts. The first,
dude, I've said that for years. You've had so long they've been thinking about this since last night.
Exactly, and it's not even like day one where you're like, all right, I'm sitting, I have all these different first round possible options.
Day one, first team should have that pick in immediately because they've been thinking about that for fucking
months. But in this situation, for me, it's like.
Still be in because I feel like they've made their decision 2 hours ago.
It's not only that, it's an extension
and talked about it all day.
For me, it's an extension of round one. You should have had round one, you should have known it all through summer. You should have had your board ready, which means that you should now know who's next on your board already. And if you don't want that person, you should already be trying to trade down. And you're allowed to trade in between days, I'm pretty sure. There's no rule against that. So, like, I don't understand why teams will then wait. Like, I understand why teams further back will wait. They want to see who gets picked here and there. But, like,
hold on. We got the Packers have traded up.
Really? To
That's
33?
Tweet that just came in. I'm on my phone, so I can't open it up and see if there's more information.
Yeah.
I got people DMing me seeing if there's a podcast for this, and I'm like, crap.
So about that.
Yeah, so I'll let you know when I'm off of it.
Yeah. Logan Hall is the first pick off the board in the second round. Tampa Bay takes the defensive end out of Houston. Logan Hall was actually, interestingly enough, for those who are looking at betting markets a lot, Logan Hall was originally like about minus 200 to start the day to be the 33rd overall pick. And by the end of by closing, I believe he ended up being -5 to -600. So some news got leaked somewhere, something about how Tampa Bay likes him. But regardless, they've got their guy now at 33. Tampa Bay traded back, which I did expect them to do actually in my mock draft, but I didn't expect it to be back this far. And by the way, yes, the Packers traded up with the Vikings, so they now have this number 34 pick. But yeah, the defensive tackle goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and we have our first pick of the second round. Let me update the banner.
Yep.
Logan Hall, DT. There we go. See, I'm still working on my banner speed, but I'm getting the hang of it.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to get you a better squad next year for round 2. You're gonna need a producer.
Listen, I don't know if you see these polls behind me. I have a green screen that I keep at Job's place because we were gonna set up a studio there. But then so we couldn't do the thing tonight, so I asked him to bring it over, and apparently the bag that the green screen came in came with all the polls, and it didn't come with the screen, so it's somewhere in the box back at his place, but he's already at the game. So it's a little bit of a throw together, but I still intend to make it an absolutely immaculate production.
Oh, I know.
I do not let anything deter me on draft days.
Media group.
Blue Collar Media Group never rests.
Even if it's just one guy drinking Coca-Cola all night, we're gonna make it the best show year round.
I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna Scott Hansen this thing. No bathroom breaks, no nothing. We're going straight through. I gotta practice. Eventually, one day he's gonna realize that I'm the best successor.
Dude's gonna be pissing in a bottle, fucking all night.
Honestly, I don't know if you remember, but a little while ago, Job and I did that run through for that app Colorcast where they were looking for someone to possibly do a red zone production, and we did a test run for not even for a full slate. We did the 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock, and I was dying to go to the bathroom by the end of it. I have no idea how Scott Foster makes it through. It's not Scott Foster. I hate Scott. Scott Hansen makes it through 7 hours of commercial-free football. I could barely make it through 3.5 before I exploded. So, I mean, you know that when people talk about like Olympic athletes and when they do something, you have a whole new respect for them when you try it yourself. That kind of thing. I have way more respect now than I did before, which was already a lot.
Ooh, so the pick is in for the Packers.
And the person making the pick is wearing a sombrero. I cannot see their face.
We've got Christian Watson.
Ooh, I like that pick.
Packers. So now here's
they finally picked the wide receiver.
All these Packers fans for years have always been mad they don't draft them in the first round. Does this count? No. So he's bad because he's a second round.
I really don't think it matters.
It doesn't matter at all.
Like the whole first round stuff is literally just because like it's the guys who like they haven't had any first round draft picks who have had success. They haven't drafted really any receivers who have had much success since Devontae, and Devontae's gone now. So when you're looking at like their receiver room and you're kind of looking at, oh, they haven't drafted a first round wide receiver in this many years. Well, it's because Devontae Adams wasn't a first round wide receiver.
Yeah.
And they just don't want to say that. It doesn't always have to be a first rounder that has a lot that becomes the game changer. Tyreek Hill was a 5th round pick. He was pick number 170. There are guys that can become your number one guy. It's all dependent on whether. I think people were just upset because over the last like 3 or 4 years, they haven't drafted one at all. And that's been like the main thing.
That I can understand a little bit because it's like, I mean, try to add a little speed to the team like that.
Yeah. Like I that makes sense to me if you're a fan and you're like, listen, we've had a stagnation at the wide receiver 2 spot. It's just been Devontae. We need some help. And lo and behold, now Devontae's gone and they don't have someone. So they were kind of right in that sense, but it doesn't really matter now. They have made their pick. It's Christian Watson, the wide receiver out of, I believe, North Dakota State. And I also, I think San Francisco 49ers fans might not be thrilled about this because I heard a couple rumors here and there about how they wanted to get Christian Watson to pair him up with his college quarterback, Trey Lance. I heard Trey Lance was kind of pushing for that. But obviously, you can't always get what you want in that scenario. It did not fall, and it didn't look like he was going to fall that much further.
Okay, so the Giants have traded back, and the Jets are on the clock.
Oh, yeah. I just realized this was supposed to be the Giants. The Titans have this pick now, huh?
Oh, so Rappaport said the Jets are on the clock.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. So the Titans are on the clock, and the Jets were supposed to be next. The Giants were supposed to be next. I guess the Jets traded up with the Giants.
Yeah. Jets.
Okay, here's the official trade. I'm going to put it in after this pick is announced, but the Giants traded pick 36 for number 38 and 146. So they essentially traded back 2 spots and added a 4th rounder. I'm not upset with that. My guess is the Jets want to move up for someone, and the Giants are perfectly content sitting back and waiting.
At number 35, the Titans select Roger McCreary from Auburn.
Great pick. I'm a big fan of Roger McCreary. He's a 5'11" corner. He's a little wiry in terms of his frame. So I do understand why people are a little worried about his size, but I do think that his hip fluidity, his ability to stay and rotate with receivers on their route changes is going to be instrumental in his development. I think he has a little bit of a grabby tendency, so they're going to have to work on that. Otherwise, he's going to get some downfield penalties. And I think that's something that I've really harped on for a while is that I think the pass interference rule in college is terrible because it kind of gives corners, it's only 15 yards. It's not a spot foul. So it gives these corners a crutch where if they're getting beaten downfield, they can just tackle someone and, it's just a 15-yard loss. And you can't do that at the professional level. And I feel like that's often either forgotten or it's just ingrained because we see that so frequently where a guy just gets tackled.
Good point. I didn't think about that with the college. I don't understand. I don't know all the ins and outs of the college rules like that.
It's something I really never understood.
Because I watch college football and like sometimes I'm like, shit, I have to remember it's not the exact same rules as the NFL. Like, I watch big games. I don't watch every, like I said, and didn't watch a lot of UT Chattanoogas.
Once again, I say, how dare you?
Now this draft is falling interesting to me because Nakobe Dean, Andrew Booth, these are guys that people thought were going to go in the first round. I'm
a big Nakobe Dean
pick, and they're still floating around here.
Yeah, I think Nakobe Dean could go here to the Jets. I don't think this would be a spot for Andrew Booth just because they just drafted Sauce and they also added DJ Reed in the offseason. So I don't know how much more they're looking to trade up for their cornerbacks. But at the same time, like what I've heard the biggest concerns are with Nakobe Dean, which I tweeted about earlier today, were that he's too small because he's 5'11" or so and 230, which is about the size of a safety for a linebacker. It's not a great size, but he is also incredibly fast. And B, that he was surrounded with such great talent at Georgia that he was kind of not really scouted as much by the opposing offenses and was thus allowed to get away with more that he's not going to be able to get away with at the professional level. So I don't know how much that is true. I admittedly did not get as much time to look at this linebacker class as I wanted to this year. But I did like his end-to-end speed, his sideline-to-sideline ability, and his football IQ. The size I could definitely see becoming an issue if teams try to stick him too far into the box and not let him drop back a little bit. But I don't know. I still feel like he should go pretty soon. He was a first round talent, and if his size takes him down, that's one thing. But I don't think you should take away from him just because his teammates were good. Not that much.
Yeah,
Maybe away from a first round pick, but not this far.
I agree on that. I from what I saw of him, pretty much exactly like you said, sideline to sideline. Like he looked to me, he looks like a guy who could just close the gap. Like that's such an important thing to me. It should be to anyone as a linebacker. How fast you close the gap to the ball.
Yeah, for me, I mean, there are like two elements to that. There's the speed of how fast you can close in on the ball, and there's the football IQ of knowing when a play action is coming or when
Yeah,
someone's trying to set you up.
there's
Because there are guys who can explode to the line fast, but if they're just exploding to the line for a run and they get beat on the play action, they're absolutely toast in the middle of the field in their zone. Those guys who have that unique ability, I think Devin White is someone who I think is really exemplifies both. He has the sideline to sideline speed. He's got the burst to stop the run up the middle, but he's also very cognizant of recognizing the play and reading the quarterback. So that kind of special blend, I think I also saw that in Devin Lloyd. That's very rare in a linebacker. And what's important is what can be coached and what can't be coached when you're looking at the draft. Obviously, what can you teach a guy and what can't you teach out of a guy? And when you're looking at stuff like recognizing the play action, I think there are certain elements that you can teach a guy and teaching him to be more patient, especially as the leader of the defense, that with the right coaching staff, Nakobe Dean can get a lot better at that.
Yeah, so like with the Jets, you'd be kind of fucked.
Yeah, I mean, I think learning under CJ Mosley would be a good spot there because CJ Mosley is great at reading the quarterback, but like the coaching, I don't know enough about the coaching staff yet. I know Robert Saleh is a great defensive coach, but I don't know how much their linebacker coach staff is proven.
And like it's the Jets, so like I feel like once you go there, like some of your football IQ kind of like disappears.
Oh, look, I think this is Revis making the pick.
Ooh, the Jets. Breece Hall.
Wow. Well, I just lost a little side wager on Breece Hall under what?
That's the first running back taken.
That is the first running back taken. I actually had Kenneth Walker being the first running back taken, but
I saw last night. Falcons have traded up.
The 37.
Yeah, the Falcons are now on the clock with the trade up.
Wow.
This is Rappaport's fucking right to it tonight,
dude. I'm telling you, people like I'm not putting myself in this group, but like people who love the NFL draft, we live for this stuff. All the trade ups and you'd think in the later rounds not so much, but absolutely, this is where the steals are found.
I still get interested in the trade ups, like even as like I said, I'm more of a casual college football fan. A trade up to me is especially rounds 1 to 3. It's okay. Well, they like someone here. They're taking someone because they think someone else is going to take them, and they don't want that person to get them.
Yeah,
like I love things like that.
Absolutely, and like I do love to see like, wow, all right, a team's moving up in so and so round. Like, who do they want at this point?
Well, here's a story of when the Patriots drafted Matt Light back in the day. They called him, and they said, "We're thinking about picking you." The Jets were picking before the Patriots, and he said, "Just so you know, I talked to the Jets, and they said they're planning on picking me." They said to Matt Light, "Don't tell anybody we called you." They got off the phone and traded up in front of the Jets and took Matt Light.
Something with Bill and
they were making the trade while they were still on the phone with him. Actually, is what the story said.
Guy on one phone, one guy talking to someone else.
They started making a phone call, and I'm like, "Yeah, don't tell anybody we called you." And then he gets a phone call a minute later. "Yep, we picked you."
By the way, that trade was the Falcons traded up with the Giants at 38, who traded back again for 103 and 114. So they have now stacked a third round pick and a fourth round pick. And the Houston Texans select Jalen or Petre. I want to make sure I'm saying that right. The safety out of Baylor. I actually have a funny story about him that I wrote down here that I want to get back to. Actually, not even a funny story, just really interesting. He's one of those guys we were talking about. He actually, even though he went to a Power 5 school, Jalen Petre was kind of undersold by a lot of people until he had a phenomenal Senior Bowl week. It apparently propelled him up a lot of boards and had some people thinking he was going to be a round 1 guy. So even though this is round 2, it is early in the second round, kind of first round, not first round money, but close enough to the point where he's going to be well fed. You got to wonder how much, again, the Senior Bowl, when you look at guys like Beecher and you look at Cole Strange and a couple other people who have been drafted a little higher than maybe they thought, how much the Senior Bowl really can do for some of these players.
Oh, it does a lot. So I gotta say, I like what the Giants are doing right now.
I mean, stacking these late picks. If you have a guy that you want that you think is going to fall, then
especially when you already made 2 first round picks
and you got your guys.
Yeah, you got your guys, two top 10 picks they made last night. So you can afford to hang back and stack some later round picks in this draft and maybe find some of those diamonds in the rough. And I like that. It's like I love the Patriots trade back last night from 21 to 29. I don't know if you caught me on butthole. I loved the trade.
I did.
When that came in with the details of it, I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. Like, I don't even. It made me so happy. I'm like, they got a third and a fourth to move back 8 spots in the first round, all in the same draft.
Absolutely, and it's kind of funny to me because I saw some Patriots fans that were like, why am I even watching this? And it's like, I knew I shouldn't have turned this on. It's like, you guys have seen this stuff. This has worked for you in the past, right? I feel like you were one. There are some fan bases that just have some like fans that are incredibly irrational. And like, I'm a Yankees fan. Like, I hate the majority of Yankees fans. Like a lot, like the people that threw the stuff on the field. Like, I hate a lot of people that are in my own fan base. And I don't want to put you in that category without you putting those words in your mouth. But I feel like I often see you being like, what is wrong with the rest of these Patriots fans?
I can't figure out what's wrong with them. They're like, they hate Belichick, and I'm like, that all they talk about is, well, he hasn't won a Super Bowl without Brady.
You don't know what you got till it's gone.
Spent 20 fucking years of his career with the guy. How many Super Bowls did Bill Walsh win without Joe Montana? How many Super Bowls did fucking Don Shula win without a Hall of Fame quarterback? How
many did Jimmy Johnson win without Troy Aikman?
Yeah, how many Super Bowls did Jimmy Johnson win without Troy Aikman? How many Super Bowls did Chuck Noll win without Terry Bradshaw?
I always love talking about Terry Bradshaw's quarterbacking career because
I can't.
You look at the listen. I'm not knocking the guy. You win the rings. You win the rings. You know that's the jewelry. The jewelry is what matters at the end of the day. That's what makes you sleep better. But the stats are always, and it's a different time. It's always funny. But like this.
But here's my thing with the '70s Steelers. All right, I understand they were a good team. They got 4 rings. This is a little bit of a rant here.
Yeah.
2 Hall of Fame receivers, a Hall of Fame running back, a Hall of Fame quarterback, and like a Hall of Fame defensive tackle.
Just Hall of Fame defense, really.
Yeah, and I think all of their linebackers in the Hall of Fame. So
Lambert, Ham, and there's one more I'm forgetting, but yeah.
They can't all have been like that great. Like, because someone had to have been to be the Hall of Fame play. You're the one who like drives it like a lot of the time.
I also understand like this is not a popular viewpoint because everyone on Twitter just wants to have controversy constantly. But like I don't understand why it has to be an either or. Like why it has to be because of Brady or because of Belichick.
I can't.
Why can't it be because like why can't they both have very important jobs? Like the coach is a very important job, and the starting quarterback is also a very important job. They both did very important things for a very long time.
Accomplished what they accomplished in their careers without the other one.
Plain and simple.
That's a just like simple fact to me. I don't care who has
Objective.
more to do with what. It's neither of them accomplished what they did in their careers without the other one.
Yeah.
That's to me is all it comes down to.
Absolutely. And like I understand Tom won this one other ring, but like does that really take away from everything that he did with Bill and that Bill did with him? And like we also have to acknowledge that like
Falcons
Bill
Arnold
Arnold Abitake?
Yeah, sure.
Abikite, I believe his name is pronounced actually.
Yeah, something like that.
I've been looking around for stories about him, and I have not honestly found that much besides the fact that he is just a really solid prospect and the fact that for some reason Mel Kiper is absolutely obsessed with him. Like, no, honestly, if you watched the coverage last night, like Mel Kiper had him as the number one guy on the board since like from pick 20 on. And then like when they were like, Mel, who do you think should have gone? He's like, oh, well, this guy should have been off the board 10, 15 picks ago. It's like, okay, well, at a certain point, Mel, every single NFL team, it doesn't think so. But I also, I don't want to disparage the guy because it's not like he's obviously a very, very good player. He's being drafted in the NFL and he's got some very strong moves off the edge. I think there are some concerns about how he translates to the NFL because he is a mainly stand up off the edge kind of guy. And doesn't really, he kind of works off a knee occasionally, which they're showing in a couple of these highlights. But that's mostly against the run. And I kind of hesitate to see him doing that in the pass rush very often. You obviously can't like know what's a pass, what's a run at the professional level to that degree. When you're playing a team in college that runs the ball maybe 70% of the time, it's sometimes easier.
Yeah.
But with that being said, he does have good burst. He has good hands. He's got a good slap down. And he's got a decent bend. I think people are just a little worried about how much he can grow as a prospect.
I could see that. That's some good analysis there. Actually, I didn't know much about him.
Well, I see. The thing is, once we get later on into this draft, I'm not gonna know that much about the third round guys. So I'm getting my knowledge in now.
And it was so much better than watching. I was also on Butthole, so.
Listen, can't knock it till you try it.
That's so weird. Just saying that out loud.
Believe me, my parents asked me where to find me. It was a fun conversation. They're like, oh, you're going live on draft day, honey? Where can I find you? What's the account name?
Oh, at official Butthole.
Yeah, official Butthole, parents. Don't worry about it.
Not Butthole.
No, of course not. It's like buddies. Get your minds out of the gutter.
Yeah,
you got to flip it on them.
Yeah, like what's wrong with you?
You think someone would name their show Butthole? Come on, guys. What are you doing?
Oh
yeah.
Well, I'm gonna hop off because I am.
Listen, go get your sleep, man. It's been absolutely great talking to you.
It's been great talking to you. I'll be watching. Of course. I don't know if you saw my DM.
Let me check.
Okay.
I've been kind of hustling and bustling around. There's a phone number.
Well, there's that, and go above that.
Oh, baby! All right. Should I just? Oh, wow! All right, Should I just throw this off the cuff?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let people know and announce it at random. Find a way to pick winners at random.
All right, guys. Here's what we're going to do, and I'm going to put a banner that goes across the bottom. We have a $50 gift card and a $25 gift card up for a possible one or two possible lucky viewers in the show today. I want you to comment something on the stream. Say your name, your team your favorite team that you rep, and whether or not you liked your first pick, or if you haven't had one yet, who you want to pick. I'll put those names randomly into a spinning wheel app on the internet, and I'll pick a name at random. How about that?
I like it.
All righty. Steve, thanks for joining us, guys. This is the General. General, before you go, tell them where they can find you, just to make sure everyone knows already.
You can find me on Twitter at Risner_Steven and live Sundays 12 Eastern time on all the Blue Collar Media Group channels. It's at Blue Collar MG. Talking about whatever the hell I want to talk about. So this week I'll want to talk about the draft and
Cole Strange.
the NBA.
All right.
You know, when I say whatever the hell I want to talk about, it's usually sports.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's usually around the same realm. I wouldn't imagine. And today we're going to talk about the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial on Blue Collar Media Group.
And today we're talking about racquetball.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Have a good night, buddy.
All right, you too, man. General, I'll see you. All right, guys, thanks. We have one of my very good friends, Mark, joining us in a couple minutes. But first, I do want to direct our attention to the NFL draft. We have the Bears pick, which is currently in. People walking out. I wonder, for the Bears fans, if you think you need secondary help, there's a lot of good secondary players available, and I wonder if that's when these guys start flying off the board. Let me turn the volume up so that we can at least get some.
39th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, Chicago Bears select DB from Washington, Kyler Gordon.
Kyler Gordon.
We're fortunate Kyler's here.
Yeah, you got the player analysis, mate.
All righty, that's fine by me. Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming to my very, very good friend to the stream, Mark Barnett. No, I could do social plugs for you if you want. You want me to plug your socials?
It's all good. I'm chilling.
He's chilling. This is going to be a little bit of a spirited discussion as we have a Jets fan on this side of the screen. And they just made a trade with the Giants to move up for Breece Hall. Mark, immediate reactions to Breece Hall. Do you like the pick?
We finally got somebody that can actually carry the running ball. Carry the ball as a running back. It is fantastic. It's wonderful.
Not a fan of Michael Carter. Not a Michael Carter guy from last year. I thought he did pretty well under the circumstances.
He catches the ball well.
Okay.
We haven't got to run the ball well since Thomas Jones.
Wow. Thomas the Tank Engine.
Thomas, honestly, what a king that man was. Bring him back.
Absolutely.
Bring him in as the
running back coach.
I see that we traded with you guys. We swapped spots. We went like 8 to.
Look at this. I'm ready. I got everything.
Can you explain to me why the Giants would do that?
Why the Giants would do that?
It's 146. Was somebody gonna take Breece Hall before at 37 or
why the Jets would do that? You mean because the Giants, it makes a lot of sense. You're at 36. You don't want anyone at that current spot. A team wants someone at 36, so you take the extra pick and move back 2 spots.
Yeah, but it doesn't really make any sense.
For the Jets, I think they'd probably be worried that either the Giants or I think it was the Texans that were picking after the Giants, who do kind of lack a running game, as they were the last in running offense last year.
Why are the Bears all cheering for the guy?
The Bears, because the Bears just made a draft pick.
Oh,
the Bears drafted Kyler Gordon, as you can see on the screen on the banner. Welcome to StreamYard.
You get like a standing O for making a draft pick in draft rooms, like
in Chicago, maybe. Listen, they might do some things differently there. All I know is, listen, my biggest fan of my biggest draft room. My favorite draft room that I've seen so far is by far the Jets. Did you see what their draft room looked like?
I have not tuned into the Jets draft room, unfortunately.
Man, you're missing out, because let me tell you, they have on one side, they have a big screen, obviously, with all their stuff on it. On the left side, big American flag. On the right side, huge Ukrainian Armed Forces flag.
Shout out.
Not just the
Shout
Ukraine
out.
flag, the Ukrainian flag with the armed forces symbol in the middle. And I had to look this up for verification because I was like, what is that? What is that?
That
And I
is
think it might
awesome.
be because Woody Johnson has those EU connects and wants to, remain in lockstep with them. But regardless, really cool stuff. Big fan of that.
Did Woody Johnson ever get he got the Jets back, right? Didn't
He
have
did.
to give him up?
Yeah, he had to give them up because he was working in the president's administration. You can't have a private vested interest like that.
So wait, this is a quarterback 100%, right?
You'd think this would be Malik Willis. This is a good spot for him. The thing is with Seattle is I feel like they need a lot of stuff, so there's not many wrong directions you can go here besides like wide receiver.
I feel like it's a good year
And
to be
running
bad.
back.
It's a good time to be bad for another year, so you get like one of Bryce or.
I mean, next year's quarterback class. I listen. All respect to Bryce Young. You know which train I'm on. You know exactly which train I'm on.
Crazy.
How is that crazy? I'm sorry, he was the better quarterback this year.
One won the.
One won the Heisman because his team made the college football playoff.
Sorry, somebody called. My delivery called me. I gotta get on that.
Yeah, sure.
That's literally what happened. I said.
Go get your food. I can announce the pick.
I got. Don't worry.
Unreal. Roger Goodell comes out. I can only assume to more booze as usual.
What? What is
Boye Mafe. Bro, no,
Boye Mafe?
You know how so as someone who's doing draft analysis, I obviously have to have some good stories pulled up on a few prospects. And one of the stories I have is actually about
please
Boye
don't be
Mafe.
like ESPN and say the worst.
No, I'm not a trauma porn dude.
Okay.
Don't worry. I'm not going to talk about all the terrible things that have happened in his life. No, he actually had a draft interview where he was talking about how intensity has always been kind of like his forte, and you can kind of see it in his tape. And apparently when he was a kid, he used to bang his head against the wall in his house and break the wall. And his siblings and cousins would actually lock him in the laundry room when they were taking care of him because they always wanted to watch TV or play video games, and he was constantly trying to build forts and wrestle them. So an intense person since childhood. Boye Mafe goes.
It seems like he needs a therapist.
Listen, it's clearly worked for him to this point as an intense edge rusher for
maybe
Minnesota.
like a doctor.
15 career sacks.
Scan the brain real quick.
He now joins Charles Cross in Seattle. And I believe that they have back-to-back picks. So their next pick is already in. And I was talking about this with Steve, the guy who was on before you. Why, it makes sense that these guys, the Seahawks, you have one pick in, the next one's ready. Why are teams that come into day one, for example, the Jaguars yesterday, the Bucks today, if you have the first pick, shouldn't you really have it ready by the time the draft starts?
But yes, but then also I feel like the clock running doesn't mean that you don't have it ready, because you always, even if you have it ready, get an offer. There's been very few times.
My boy!
There's been very few times in that, unless you're the Colts and you're about to draft Andrew Luck, take an offer. See what someone's willing to give you for the pick.
I understand that, but at the same time, you can take offers before the draft starts.
Yeah, but you can take final ones.
Of course, but the Bucks had the first pick in the second round, and it took them 6 minutes to get their pick in.
Because they might have been on the phone with somebody, and then it didn't work out. It's just you never know.
All right, well, I want to announce this pick really quickly. With the 41st pick, the Seattle Seahawks have selected the Doak Walker Award-winning running back Kenneth Walker III from Michigan State, who was on a Heisman tear for a small portion of this season. before briefly falling off the board with a couple games that he didn't end up scoring 5 touchdowns in. But someone who has clearly shown potential to be a running back one in the NFL now joins what's kind of a crowded backfield there in Seattle. I know Chris Carson may or may not be rejoining the team. I don't know what his contract deal is, but Rashad Penny had a very, very good season last year. So Kenneth Walker is also a power back. I would like to see how that would work out with 2 power backs, but we've seen Seattle do that before. So I'm not entirely surprised. I'm a big Kenneth Walker fan, though. Do you remember? I think it was versus Michigan that he scored 5 touchdowns against them.
Yeah, I just like running back. If you have too many needs to take a running back in the first 3 rounds if you're the Seahawks, like.
Yeah,
it's like when the Jets. It's exactly like it's the same thing like with the Brees Hall and the Jets, and with like,
yes,
pick a person
Saquon
to
Barkley
block
was a
for them.
mistake.
It doesn't matter how good they are if nobody blocks for them.
Absolutely. I'm really interested to see though when the first tight end comes off the board, and I think it. Call me crazy. I mean, I don't know. I don't imagine that the Colts take one with their first pick. But seeing as Jack Doyle retired and Mo Ali Cox is not a tight end one, I would be interested to see if Indy goes with a tight end here with the 42nd pick, even though it's their first pick in the draft.
They're good tight ends. I have no idea.
Yes, I have. First of all, there's top tight end Trey McBride. I have a great story about for when he gets picked that you'll like because it includes multiple sports. But it has to happen first, and I don't know if it might be a little early. It might be a little early for a tight end. They are definitely taking their time, and
They traded it to the Vikings.
Is that why my screen just crashed?
Probably.
My stream crashed because of a draft day trade. That's a first here on the BCMG broadcast. I might need a little help while it's loading.
Yeah, they traded it to the Vikings. They haven't said for what yet. And
Indy did?
Indy traded 42 to the Vikings, yes.
All right. Change my banner then. Can the Giants make a pick already? Oh, that's what I'm trying to think, man. They're at 43 after trading back from 36 to 38 and then 38 to 43. Which, by the way, we did the same thing that we did with you guys, where we traded 38 to 43 and then also picked up 114. So we just picked up an extra third instead of an extra fourth. Or no, sorry.
Is there more of a crapshoot than late round NFL drafting?
What?
Is there more of a crapshoot than late round NFL drafting?
What do you mean a crapshoot?
Like,
just pick a guy and hope he works out?
Like, there's much... It's such a weird thing. Like, if a prospect, like Tyreek Hill is a great example.
Number 170.
Like, if anyone, like, that's not, yes, it's like obviously like retroactive, it's a good draft pick, but like, it's not like everybody did not think Tyreek Hill was going to be this. Like,
I mean, no, but like, I was talking about this with Steve earlier. You never really know how a coach evaluates a player. Or, where someone evaluates someone at. Like Sean McVay and the Rams guy said that they thought Cole Strange would be available at 104. Most people had him going off the board around 55 to 70. And Bill Belichick said that he thought he wouldn't be on the board at 54 when the Pats pick next. So it's all really relative of where teams think a guy's going to get picked. When you think about all the smoke screens and all the different kind of things that teams throw out there to try to get teams to evaluate guys differently, you never really know where teams truly value a guy until the draft comes. I should have Coca-Cola sponsor this stream, honestly. By the end of it, I might end up having 2 of these.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Matt Corral slides really far because of his ACL. And I wonder if Kirk Herbstreit thinks he loves football any less because of that. I'm never going to forgive him for that. That was one of the dumbest comments I've ever heard. So out of touch, too.
Yeah, I mean, why would Kirk be in touch with like the minds of athletes though?
Well, because, I mean, then just don't comment on it. Like,
No, I agree. That's obvious. That's definitely what you should have done. Is just not said anything.
yeah. Well, what's interesting to me about the Vikings here is that, like, they have a whole new regime. So everything is kind of a surprise when it comes down to who and what they're going to go for. Ed Marinaro making the pick for the Minnesota Vikings. We're also going to have our friends at SharpRank join us in 5 minutes to talk a little bit about the advancement of their app. So for anyone listening who either wants to learn more about SharpRank, currently uses SharpRank, or follows us on SharpRank, you can tune in and listen to hear a little more about the app and how it works. The Minnesota Vikings pick doesn't seem to be in yet because the guy, Ed Marinaro, keeps talking. I love him. This just keeps giving me Blue Mountain State vibes. It's Coach Daniels.
I never knew that he played in the NFL.
He's given a heart-wrenching speech, I'm sure, that is not safe for television.
One of the best shows of all time.
I'm just, I know it's a different sport, but I'd rather have this man as my coach than Steve Nash, and that's all I'll say about that.
Steve Nash got so much unnecessary flack.
But he also didn't get that flack that he deserved over the course of like 2 years because he had KD and Kyrie. But anyway, it's a football show. So as soon as Ed decides to make the freaking pick, he's just riling up the fans. I wonder. He's a thin frame guy. He looks like maybe a safety.
He was number 41.
Honestly, maybe linebacker?
DB.
Some kind of DB. Still waiting. Man, Ed knows how to give a speech. Let's see what he's saying.
Go Goats, baby. Anyway. I can't read the card. She was
Oh my God! They went on stage to yell at him to read the card. Oh.
Anyway, with the 42nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select defensive back Andrew Booth from Clemson.
Dude, that was the best introduction to a pick ever. He yelled, "Go Goats."
Facts.
I am on board officially. Marty Daniels drops the mic.
One of the best football coaches of all time right there.
Absolutely. So, by the way, who did the Vikings end up drafting yesterday? I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to remember because I think I mocked a corner to them. And I want to say I did so because I think I may have mocked Andrew Booth to them in the first round, interestingly enough. Let me confirm that before I say that. No, I mocked him to the Ravens. Different, same colors, so a little bit of a giving me a little break there. But I think the interesting thing with Andrew Booth, not to harp on him too much, is that like he's mistake prone, and that he does tend to take a lot of risks. But like when he takes the right risk, he does things like that crazy one-handed interception that he had.
It's the Clemson DB though. Like it's what they do.
Yeah.
The Giants have the littest. Is the best.
Oh, I'm turning this up. Miro.
With the 43rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Wan'Dale Robinson, wide receiver.
Ooh.
Let's go.
Wandale Robinson, wide receiver from Kentucky, actually set most Kentucky wide receiver records this past year. Had a great season, slightly undersized, but also incredibly quick. I honestly want you to see these highlights because yeah, he's 5'8". That's what I remember. 5'8", 180. Pretty small guy, but also very, very quick and kind of a utility guy that's been used out of the backfield as well. So it'll be very interesting to see how the Giants use it. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but to me this kind of seems like we're moving on from Kadarius Toney move.
That doesn't. I don't understand why, but it does. Yeah.
Well, I mean, talent-wise, it doesn't make sense for Toney, but I have heard that he's been extremely problematic with the new coaching staff and hasn't come in for voluntary workouts or OTAs. Mark, I'm actually joined by our friends at Sharp Rank here, so I'm going to let you go for now, but thank you very much for joining us, and
Of course.
I will see you later, hopefully. Joining us now, my very good friend from our partners over at Sharp Rank, Chris Adams. Chris, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing well. This is like one of my favorite events of the year, so absolutely love it.
Welcome to paradise. I'm in the same boat, and most people never feel the same.
No, it is. I have very deep ties to this event because my undergrad senior thesis was game theory tendencies in the NFL draft.
Really?
Yeah, I mean that sounds really smart. It looked like it. I mean, it was probably in crayon. It was like, but I can't get enough of this for some reason.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of interest when it comes to how teams value each pick and how that goes into both salary and projections, trades, and how it ends up making teams decide ultimately who to pick. But I wanted to ask a little. Oh, whoa! Before I do, Cleveland just traded the pick to the Texans, so the Texans have pick 44 now.
So somebody's jumping Baltimore's gun again. They got yesterday. Eagles jumped them today. I mean, there's a lot of activity in this, more so than I remember.
The second round, in particular, has started off with a bang. We already had the Giants trade back twice, and now as soon as I get the details of this trade, I'll throw it up on the screen as well. But multiple teams moving up and down. I wanted to ask you a couple questions before I dump into Sharp Rank. First of all, tell the viewers if you have a team, who's your team that you grew up rooting for, that you root for?
So I'm from Baltimore, and so technically for the first like 10 years of my life or so, there was no football team. So baseball grew up as my first love, and then you can imagine a 10-year-old who gets a professional football team like right at that age, like
perfect timing.
They were gods. Like that was it. That was it. Like I mean, and like the Orioles had started to kind of do what they've been doing for a while now.
Well, at least you always had one team on the up and up.
Yeah. But so I'm local. I'm local to Baltimore, and if I have to choose a team to root for, I'm sticking with the hometown. In what I do, unfortunately, I can't really have a team, and you kind of run into this same thing, right? Like with what you do, like that's a hindrance more than it is anything else. I think.
Oh, absolutely. One of the first real lessons I got from I had a sports journalism professor at American University who used to work for the Baltimore Sun. And one of his first piece of advice for me when I told him that like I had a podcast and a website and all that, he was like, all right, do you have a personal Twitter bio, everything attached to the website and to your podcast? I said, yeah. He's like, all right, what's your bio there? Yeah. And I'll never forget because my bio is like, it was like Luis Cessa, Stan, like Yankees enthusiast, this and that. He was like, all that's got to go. Yeah. All that's got to go. It's got to become like you can't be that guy, because then all of a sudden you're pretty much niching yourself into that department, and you're not allowing yourself to expand, and people won't necessarily take you seriously if you're constantly taking that side. And the first thing that people see when they look at you is, oh, he's a huge, biased fan of this team, that team. So completely understand that.
Yeah.
And the Houston Texans pick is
Alabama.
Oh, John Mechie.
Oh,
So
wow.
John Mechie. I'm really happy for him coming off that torn. I believe it was an ACL. I don't think it was an Achilles, but Houston Texans land John Mechie, and another Alabama wide receiver finds a home. I don't think that's a very uncommon theme throughout most drafts. And plus, he's got the I can't really do it sitting down, but the Karate Kid celebration with the knee up and everything like that. So I love seeing that in the NFL. I also know a lot of Patriots fans wanted him, so I'll make sure to talk to my friends about that.
Yeah, they it's the game has just changed so much.
Receivers are so dynamic.
Oh, it's just crazy. And like you're seeing a first rounder this year, the Jameson kid, who like he might not even see the field. It's just like, we know that he's going to be quarterback bait, and we're going to keep him here because when he is healthy, he is just changing the game. So
absolutely. I wanted to ask a couple questions relating to Sharp Rank and how the app came about, because a lot of our viewers have kind of expressed they've gone to the app, they love the app, they love seeing us there, and kind of all the different people that you track. But I guess they don't really necessarily know where it came from. So can you kind of take us through, how the idea came to be, and how it's kind of been pushed through to fruition now to the point we're at?
Yeah, absolutely. It stems from, and when this pick does happen, feel free to just cut me off.
Oh no, I'll probably just write it in a banner and flash it across, so
okay.
won't even hinder.
All right. But yeah, this really stems from, I mean, if you've ever listened to sports radio, you've heard that guy on the sports radio who is selling his picks and, guaranteeing people money if they're to call and buy them, and then making some claims about his or her ability that is statistically very difficult to wrap your brain around how true that is. And at the time, it had just been repealed. Sports betting had just been repealed. And this is shortly thereafter. And me and one of my partners were driving home from the beach, and we heard one of those ads. And I was in investment banking at the time, which I had to go through fingerprints, background checks, FINRA exams, licensing, compliance. So like all these steps, and still couldn't make up my record, like my track record, and guarantee people money. And so we started thinking, okay, what does this industry need to help it mature responsibly? And that is an independent ratings agency. And so we looked around, we didn't find anything, so we just built it. And we brought together a team with audit backgrounds, investment banking backgrounds, like obviously data science and tech and things like that, but really just put a team in place to become what every other market has, which is Carfax, JD Power, Moody's, Morningstar, LEED certification for buildings, Nielsen ratings. Like every single industry has it except this one, and we just kind of fill the void there.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at kind of gambling, which is a continuing and growing industry, do you see that kind of being an advantage for you guys at the point where you're at the genesis of something that's going to become much larger, ultimately, and that there's going to be more competitors that try to jump in later that you've already jumped the gun on?
Yeah, it is advantageous. There is truth to a first mover advantage, but truthfully, our product and what we provide the market needs to constantly evolve in order for us to widen a moat. And all right.
I didn't want to spoil it for you, but David Ojabo.
I knew that was coming because of McDonald. I didn't know it'd be this early, but he was going to go get his guy. I knew that.
It's also just a great, like the Ravens, they're such a great spot for, coaching and developing one of the best, state of the art organizations probably in the league, and well, maybe in all of sports with how well run the franchise has been since really they've entered Baltimore. And I see really no better fit for a guy like Ojabo who's got to sit for a year and heal that Achilles. To learn under guys and under coaches like the guys they have there in Baltimore and the talented players they have over there, as well as the coaching staff. So really great landing spot for him. And I'm also very happy for him to get drafted because he's obviously a first round talent if he doesn't tear his Achilles on pro day. And it's always really unfortunate to see a guy do that to himself on pro day when he's working out for these teams, and the teams kind of brush it off and say, all right, well, just push him down the boards. And meanwhile, his whole life and career is threatened. So happy to see him go still in the second round where he can make a decent amount of money, and hopefully he'll heal up very well and come back strong to start next year.
Yeah, I have the same. And like, candidly, that's one of the reasons I stopped playing fantasy sports was like, I'm a hyper competitive person. And and like in fantasy sports, like injuries are good things if they're not on your team, right? And so like you start, like I was getting into this mental space where like something like that was kind of like, not that I was like excited about it, but like it was like I didn't care, and I never want to like, I just don't like feeling like that about another human being where it's just like, push him down the board or whatever. So I don't like that. So I'm very, very happy for him. That's awesome. But yeah, look, there, of course there's a first mover advantage. The product has to be good and it has to evolve. And I think that's what you what the market kind of saw this past, I guess 2 weeks ago when we released our quarterly report. It's like, there's a consumer facing platform here, but there's a run on those. But there's he's a good player too.
I got a great story about him as well. Yeah.
Go ahead. We can talk Sharp Rank anytime. So.
Oh yeah. Well, just this is like something that I think makes warms a lot of hearts when we're talking about the stories and the good stories when it comes to draft day. And I'm actually surprised they didn't throw it up on ESPN, I guess, because they've been, yelled at for putting up traumatic things about people in the past. But I really don't think this counts. Basically, Josh Paschal overcame malignant melanoma that he was diagnosed with in 2018 as either a freshman or a senior a freshman in college or a senior in high school. I don't remember which one. He returned the year after. And not only was he named team captain, but he led the defense for 3 seasons. He started every single year, and he's now a second-round draft pick in the NFL. So really something I think that's great to see in terms of the stories of perseverance and, people fighting through the worst of times to really get into the best parts of their life. So congratulations to Josh Paschal being drafted now in Detroit. He'll join Aiden Hutchinson and Jameson Williams as a part of this draft class.
They're shaping up to have a pretty decent haul.
Absolutely,
it's really nice. It's nice to see the teams like it, and like again, you can't grade this now, but like it's nice to at least assume the teams that need it are getting like what the value is of the draft is supposed to give them, which is like more impact, higher impact position. And so I don't know, that's nice to see. So, I think with this past couple of weeks where we released our quarterly report at Sharp Rank, people began to realize, this isn't one of the biggest hurdles we have to overcome when we talk with people is they're like, oh, you're a pick tracker. It's like, no, we're not. We're a data science company where we look at like 40 or 50 unique parameters. We have like, I think 8 inputs that go into a risk profile for someone like you who picks on our platform. And so we know like very uniquely what it is you do, what it is you do well, what it is you do not so well, et cetera. And that type of insight and level of data that we produce, while the consumer sees that 5, 4, and 3 star, what's going into that is some pretty complex number crunching. And I won't call it ML and AI because I see pitch decks all day long and I'm like smart enough to ask the right questions, and it's always like, yeah, that's not AI and ML. That's you're trying to sell it, but that's not what that is. So,
I mean, coding is definitely becoming, I think a lot of people have discovered that coding is becoming one of the premier, parts of the new world of jobs. And,
Sure.
being able to code and being able to kind of have that unique tracking data, having something that you can kind of call, this is SharpRank's model, this is SharpRank's algorithm, this is SharpRank's data. That kind of stuff can really turn into something when you look in, down the line of, how many people might be trying to break into this industry and what kind of hold you guys might have on it. So I guess, yeah, my question would be then, what do you guys see as the future for SharpRank, see down the line?
Well, so there's a couple of things, and there's a lot of things we want to accomplish internally. There's certain things going into this quarter that we want to accomplish from a business standpoint. But where we really see this market turning and heading is, I've never really been a believer in peer-to-peer for the sake of peer-to-peer, right? It's not that's not a business model, but what is what's being built right now, which is market makers in there so that someone always accepts the trade and the money never stops. It continues to flow and constantly has movement. Institutional capital into a peer-to-peer type platform so that you have retail consumers, you have institutional consumers, you have market makers, and now you're starting to see the inherent characteristics of a stock market, like a real one, not just like, oh yeah, we're a stock market because all of our buddies are on here. It actually has the components that exist to become. It has infinite quantity. It has tax implications. It has all these different components that, like, when put together appropriately, and if you have infrastructure, participants, and oversight, you can have a market, and that's really where SharpRank comes in that third component is the oversight. That's what we do. You have to know. You have to have some research. It's all right. Yeah. I feel like those guys up front, like Washington's, yeah. And like Washington's so stout. I guess it makes sense. It just, I feel like they have other.
Getting the Bama guys is like, I guess, in line with what they like to do. And Mathis is an absolute beast. Like, I remember continuously seeing him throughout all these big games that Bama had and going like, who is number 48? Like, that dude's a monster. But I also, wonder how much this really like changes Washington's team. I don't necessarily know how much, like, I just know like Philly's gotten better. The Giants have gotten better. Some people say the Cowboys have gotten better. I don't know how much better Washington's gotten.
Yeah.
And that's definitely
I
an
agree
area of
with you
concern.
there.
Especially when you're talking about a division that tries to continuously develop and one that's not necessarily in the best of times right now. All these teams are really trying to get better, and it's not as much a race to the top as it is a race away from the bottom.
Yeah, that's really true, man. Like it's not going to take a lot to win the NFC East. Like, and so I guess you're saying like we're fine with that and we'll slowly build, but like I don't know. It's like we'll see. We'll see. That's an interesting division.
Also, love that Santana Moss announced that pick. That was a little throwback.
Yeah, that is. That's a big throwback.
That's that's from back when the days when I started watching football is when I saw Santana Moss twice a year.
Yeah. He's a good player, man.
Yeah, that's another thing. I don't know if you heard me heard me say, me seeing Santana Moss twice a year. I sometimes still can't shake it with the whole Giants fan bias. I keep saying we drafted this guy, and
Oh, dude, I've had to cut that out of my vocabulary.
It's so hard.
I have my wife stop me on in the moment if I start talking like that. She's like, just remember, you don't play for them, you don't work there. And I've asked her to do that, so she is, and and when she does it, I get frustrated because I'm like, oh, it doesn't matter. And she's like, you asked me to do this, so
yeah, tough. She's put in a tough position there.
Yeah, that is a no-win situation.
You're gonna be upset no matter what.
Yeah.
But yeah. One more thing I want to ask about Sharp Rank. I guess I obviously know this, but I'm sure a lot of the viewers who are thinking about using Sharp Rank would probably want to know more about is some of the main partnerships you guys have with some of the bigger media groups. I know we are definitely not the largest group you guys associate with by any means. There are a lot of big names I have seen on the Sharp Rank leaderboard, and it seems to grow every day with the people I see on the internet and the people I see on Sharp Rank seem to have a more and more of a union. So I'm interested to see, tell the viewers a little more about your user base and, who you have / who you plan to have in the upcoming years.
Yeah. Great question. So, and I think the way you just framed that is a big part of what our market position is, which is, that's a good pick.
Yeah. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I do too.
Self-appointed himself the water boy on his older brother's varsity team when he was 12, by the way, just to get himself around the game a little more, and then ended up playing for that varsity team and breaking every record. So,
yeah,
always committed to the game, Jaquan Brisker.
Yeah, that's big time. I think the way you phrase that question is a big part of what we do. We because we're independent, the size of your platform means nothing to us, right? We serve you guys in the same manner that we serve Gannett which owns USA Today and seemingly every newspaper outlet in the world. The same way we serve Sports Illustrated or Champion Gaming and Football Outsiders and all these other companies. And there's a lot of really smart talent in with you guys. We have a hockey podcast. We have all sorts of different groups that come to us, whether they're sports specific, bet type specific, it doesn't matter. And that's kind of the beauty of what we do is everything is normalized. So you can pick one long shot underdog in college basketball or college football, and I can pick every NFL total every week, and we're still able to be compared to each other. That's just kind of how we built the algorithm. So, for us, quantity is important. Quality of character for us is way more important. That what we can't have is people out there touting our ratings that at that point we're not providing. If somebody's out there misrepresenting our brand and using our ratings in a opportunistic kind of snake oily type of way, that completely devoids us from what we're aiming to do to the market, which is control the gate. Here is the stable of valid information, and in this stable of valid information, here's a bunch of different metrics on these people so you can find your own flavor of ice cream. Outside of that, it's buyer beware, right? You can go down that road if you want, but just understand we are not endorsing that. What we can say is that people we bring on our platform input their stuff into our system. We can make sure that it's accurate, and then we can run the data science to tell you a little bit more about them from a profile standpoint. So we kind of, I know this is a long-winded way of saying it, but like we do spend the time. We have a watch list, we have an initiate coverage, and then we have an out of scope. Those are the 3 buckets in our company. And during the watch list phase, we just hawk whoever it is, whether that's a social media person, whether that's an outlet, a content creator, somebody, on NFL Today or whatever. We just watch, and we watch how they handle themselves. We watch how they present their betting ability, how they present their betting content. And if they kind of go through this checklist with us, we'll, pick up the phone or the social media message and get them on a Zoom call or go see them in person, because we want to have a personal relationship with everyone we bring on the platform.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's kind of a big part, not only of this growing industry in this business, but a lot of businesses, is kind of being able to have good working relationships with the people that you bring on. And I guess that kind of, I don't know, it's just interesting to me. I've seen so many people join the platform since we've joined, and it's just been such a joy to see you guys continue to grow. And hopefully there's a lot more to come. That's it. That's all the questions I have. I'd love to, if you want to stick around and keep on the draft coverage with me, I'd love to keep you on, but I also don't want to keep you waiting if you have anything else you got to go to or anywhere else you got to be.
No, I'll hang for a few. I'll hang for I'll hang for a pick or two, and that.
All right.
Let's loosen the tie, and just to clarify, like there's outside of me thinking I know what I'm talking about with the draft. Unfortunately, I can't endorse or anything like that.
Oh, of course not.
But yeah, it's good. This event is just so much fun. It was like tailor made for gambling too. Like just perfect.
I think they finally figured that out too, and having it in Vegas this year, I'm sure. I don't know what the numbers are financially, but I'm sure when they figure it out at the end of the day, it's going to be probably one of the most financially profitable drafts that they've ever had. Not only NFL, but I mean the city of Las Vegas. I know exactly where they are because Job and I, we went to Las Vegas to check out Circus Sportsbook and meet with a couple people that we've worked with on Twitter. We went over there last year, I guess a year and a half ago now, to check all that out. Gorgeous. And they're actually like right across the street from where we stayed. We stayed at the Flamingo Hotel, and they've done a couple camera shots where I can actually see the Flamingo. And that big Ferris wheel they have right there is I was on that. And that was actually, I had the view out of my hotel room was literally of that Ferris wheel. So it's actually crazy to think that I could have, if I just changed the timing a little bit.
Yeah.
Obviously I didn't know the NFL draft was going to be here, but man, I've always wanted to be at an NFL draft just to see what the experience is like. Cameron Jordan's announcing this pick, I think.
Cameron Jordan?
Mm-hmm.
With the 49th pick in the 2022 NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select Alante Taylor, defensive back, Tennessee.
Dustin Poirier made the pick. All right. I did not see him there until the last second. This has been a whole spectacle. I don't know if you managed to catch the little opening thing they did before they opened the draft today, but they had a man on a rope. I'm going to try to explain this as best as I can. They had a man dangling upside down on a rope by his feet, and then they pulled him up like 40 feet in the air, and he had a straitjacket on, and he just started spinning around and around and around and around and got the straitjacket off. Oh, and that's how they announced the start of the second round. It was the most Las Vegas thing I could possibly think of.
Yeah.
I got to imagine that's how they thought of it. They're like, this is the most Vegas thing we can do. Let's just do it.
100%. They're like, what are the like dancers? Like, no, it's not. That's too obvious. Like, nah. No. What about a guy in a straitjacket hung upside down? You guys like,
it's like, no. We also got to pull him up by a rope 40 feet too. Let's not make it look easy.
Yeah, this is why we hired this guy. This is why he's at this table.
It's like, this is the idea guy every draft. This is who we need to go to.
Oh man.
Ugh. Also, I really do think that they should have the draft in Vegas more often. And I think we're going to find a lot more sporting events start to happen in Las Vegas. I know the Super Bowl is going to go there in a couple years. I don't know
Yeah.
if that's next year or the year after,
Yeah.
or even the year after that. But I just feel like, I mean, there are more and more stadiums now. I mean, I know here in DC, in Capital One, they opened a sports book. I know they're thinking they're going to open one at the new Clippers arena when they open one in a couple of years. They're thinking about doing it in Chicago. They already did it in Las Vegas, obviously, in both the Allegiant Center and wherever the Golden Knights play. I kind of forgot the name. But as we see that kind of become more and more prevalent, I feel like we're going to see the gambling world explode more onto the scene, even more so than it already is.
Well, and that's like, so that's part of what our value prop is to the market. And I hate to like drag Sharp Rank back into this, but like if you know a financial market, you know that at a bank you have a research hub and you have a trading side, and there is a strict wall between those two, right? Like you cannot cross that. Just like in energy trading and things like that, right? And what's happening now is you're seeing media companies tying into sports books, and like you're starting to see some of the inner workings of like what could potentially cause quote insider trading or quote whatever the case might be, where like, you know, you're pushing content so that one side of a bet gets very, very heavy and overweight, or you're doing certain things in a manner. And I'm not saying this is happening. I'm just saying our existence is in part to help guide and make sure that that is being done in a responsible way. So it's a really interesting time in the US with like content arms having sports books attached to them. And because there's no federal oversight, like it's kind of the Wild West, and
it's a state by state function too, right? So for federal like FCC airwaves, I don't know how many regulations there really are for it.
Right, exactly. So it's an interesting time, man. It's look, we're still really early here, but we're moving fast. It's scary how fast it goes, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, I think you probably will echo this. Like, getting to do what I get to do on a daily basis is like, if you would have told me growing up that this is something I could do, I would have been like, yeah, I'll do that. That's awesome. But because like when I was growing up, there was no sports betting. It was like, it was not a thing. You could not do it. So it's really interesting to see the flood in of like just brain talent from all different areas, hedge funds, mechanical engineers, like everything, content creators, wherever they're coming from, they're all funneling into this industry because it's so new and it's just expanding. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. And it's also very interesting because within that, you also see kind of the industry's plants. And I don't mean like any people in particular. I mean, like you see the FanDuel accounts and DraftKings accounts and the Bleacher Report betting accounts that constantly like post, oh, look at this 15-team parlay that this guy hit, come to our book and try out our this boost or this or that boost. And they're kind of just drawing people in, trying to get like, look, you can hit these crazy, 150 to 1 bets too. Yeah. And they're trying to draw all these people in. And obviously, as we know, there's always going to be a public side. There's always going to be people who, I don't like to designate people like this, but the people that are considered like squares or whatnot, who just, place things because they have the money to throw things around. But at the same time, you also don't want people being intentionally misled that something like that is easily accessible by just using their book, or like that's what the goal of gambling or sports betting, or really what I like to say is like investing in player performance really is supposed to be about, because that's really not like you have to look at it more as an actual investment of your money and less of a, sports fandom analysis.
Well, and in order for the stock market to really exist and work well, there needs to be a shift in mentality to something like that, right? Like, because you wouldn't just throw money on a penny stock, right? Like,
No.
at least traditionally, I mean,
Let alone like 500 different $1 penny, not $1, 1 cent
right.
penny stocks like people do with their parlays.
Right. And so, like, I guess like crypto has changed that a little bit, but like it is there is a shift coming with respect to that. And like part of it is just education, right? Like just understanding more of expected value and like closing line value, and just like getting people comfortable with understanding that there are tools and there are experts for you to look to, but you got to kind of you got to do it in a responsible manner, and that's our whole point. So what do we got cooking?
Sorry, my banner went down, so I had to rewrite it. Tyquan Thornton from Baylor goes to the Patriots. So yet another interesting wide receiver selection from Bill Belichick, although I do really like his measurables. He's about 6'2.5". He's got some good size, good speed. I think a lot of the wide receivers at this point are kind of bunched in groups. I kind of expected Sky Moore to go a little earlier than a lot of these guys are going, but I understand that his size is a little bit of a downfall. The Giants took Wan'Dale Robinson, who's 5'8". So I didn't think size for wide receivers is being looked at as too much of a problem, but maybe the fact that he played at Western Michigan. Regardless, the Patriots now, in addition to Cole Strange, have added Tyquan Thornton to their brigade of interesting draft picks.
Yeah, it's every year with those guys. You're like, huh? And then 10 years later, you're like, oh, it was that guy the whole time.
I never understood why people question Bill Belichick at this point.
I know. Even still in this draft, when Strange went off the board,
something to talk about, honestly.
Yeah. When Strange went off the board, so many people were like, "What is this? Like, haven't you learned anything? Like, just leave that alone. Like, it's fine."
The guy knows what he's like. I'm sorry if you don't think Bill Belichick has been like secretly hiding out in hoodies at Chattanooga games, just going like, "Oh wow, this guy can hit. This guy can block," just like, with no one noticing and him just writing on a pad. Like, this is what he does. Yeah. This is who he is. Like, let's stop questioning the man's identity at this point.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. There's a few things like that with Belichick, and like the other thing that and this makes me sound like a homer is like the whole like, oh, Ravens like getting so much value in the like, that's just what the Ravens do. It's like the draft is such a coin flip. Like, stop doing that.
It does always seem like really good prospects just fall to the Ravens. Like, like Kyle Hamilton just falls to the Ravens, and then the best center in the draft just falls to the Ravens. And oh, look, we just ended up with two of the best players. Classic Baltimore.
Good, it's just dumb luck again. It's like the aw shucks mentality. That's just like it's crazy.
You know what it reminds me of? It's like the kid in school that, like, I don't know, you're like, hey, how'd you do on the test? Like, crap, man.
Yeah.
Only got a 97. Like, I missed a question. Like, it's like, oh, are you really upset about that? Like, think you did all right for yourself. Like, shucks. Dropped the 15th pick. I'm sure we will. Oh, we got Kyle Hamilton. Okay. We got Tyler Linderbaum. Oh, well, it could have been better, but, at least we got the best guys available. And then it turns out that they're like the best guys in the draft. So I just, it's the relaxed success that brings the most envy.
Yeah, it is. And like, I get like, it's really interesting because that same kid is like, he's pretending he's not, but he's studying his ass off all night to
Mhm.
like get that 97. That's why he's like, oh man, I only need 97. And everyone just sees that as like, oh, well, I guess he's just brilliant. Like there's a lot that goes into that, like a ton. So
One thing I think is pretty funny with the whole like what goes into the draft is even the players have no idea really until they get drafted what's going to go down. I mean, I saw a hilarious tweet where someone was like, Cole Strange is probably just like lying in bed watching a movie, and he just sees some New England area code pop up. It's like, hi, this is Coach Belichick with the New England Patriots. It's like, oh my, whoa. It's like they have, and it's like NFL doesn't know. They invited people to the green room that got picked like 46th, 47th. They have no clue, you know, and no disrespect to Kyler Gordon or Matt Corral or Malik Willis, but they were all, I mean, Malik Willis and Matt Corral are still on the board, and Kyler Gordon went like 40 something. So no one really knows what's going on. Meanwhile, a guy who was projected to go like 70th, or the Rams thought he was going to go 105th, ended up going in the first round. So you have no idea what's going to happen. I don't like to say it's a crapshoot because it's really that's disrespectful to what it is. When in reality, it's a calculated every team making moves against one another and trying to change how the other team looks at the draft. It's like incredibly complex and intense, but like it's also a little bit of a crapshoot where you could get the guy you wanted all along, and then he could just not be a good player or not be the right fit, or I mean, God forbid something happens, but like that's the nature of the game is sometimes guys get hurt and all of a sudden they're not the same player anymore. And was it the right draft pick? Maybe, but sometimes it doesn't work out.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, Carly Lloyd is announcing the pick.
Draft. The Philadelphia Eagles select Cam Jurgens, center, Nebraska.
Interesting. Okay. Building the trench. I'm always a fan of building the trenches. You're never going to catch me getting mad at a team for trying to better themselves on the line, because I think that's where it all starts. No way. That crazy Eagles fan who always paints his face. I mean, I guess that's like a lot of them, but like there's the guy, he has like a crazy silver mohawk and like the green paint and grape. Like I'm really impressed with what some football fans will do. Like I consider myself to be a diehard fan for the Giants when I'm not on the air, of course. Yeah. But like, I don't know. There are some things I've seen people do where I'm like, I've seen people get in fights for their team. I'm an intense fan. I'm not going to fight you for being a fan of the other team. You know,
it's insane. It's true. Like, and good for them, I guess. But like, I just can't wrap
good for them. Or like, I'm sorry that this is what your life has turned into. That like, you're just all about fighting people at football games. And I mean, I guess I'm not like disparaging. If someone says some shit to you, then like, or stuff to you, then whatever, that's your prerogative. But at the same time, like I've seen videos of someone just like, oh, your team sucks. No, your team sucks.
Yeah.
Fight. And then all of a sudden it's like the Suns in 4 guy. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then like he got punched in the face because he was talking about Suns in 4. Like
it's
like, do you really care that much?
It's absolutely insane. And similar to you, like I love sports.
Absolutely. My favorite thing in the world.
Love
would never fight somebody over it.
I mean, it's crazy. But I think like,
oh, good for him. Good for George Pickens.
Where'd he go?
Pittsburgh.
No.
I'm sorry. I kind of forgot there for a second.
God.
I'm a big fan of George Pickens.
Great.
And I really think that
he's just the next in the string of tormenting wide receivers that have to play the Baltimore Ravens twice a year.
Okay, so non-football news, but still very breaking news. Joel Embiid suffered a right orbital fracture and a mild concussion in the series-clinching Game 6 win against Toronto. He is listed as out, and there is currently no timetable for his return.
Ooh.
Oof.
I wonder what the betting markets are doing with that.
Probably freaking out. Let me check. I'm going to check if the series price is still up, but I sincerely doubt it is. I mean, the market's got to be adjusted to it already. It's once in a while where I'll get a piece of injury news before the markets adjust, but it's like a once in a blue moon experience.
It wouldn't be with Embiid.
Yeah, I think it's already changed. Heater minus 185. I think it was minus. It opened at 155. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But still, it's not that big of a difference, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, and the wide receiver run that was predicted to happen is starting to happen. Alec Pierce, wide receiver from Cincinnati.
Did I
It's
miss
taken-
Sky Moore?
I
Or is he-
no,
He's
you
still
didn't.
sitting on the board.
I don't understand.
That
Is it the
that's-
size? Is it a size thing?
I don't know, man, because like I've watched
Is it a
Green
level
Bay.
of competition? Like
I've watched Green Bay pass him, I think twice at least, and
I
like,
watched Buffalo pass him, and I was
I
shocked.
watched Buffalo pass him. I just.
I mean,
don't
you're looking for a replacement for Cole Beasley.
Yeah.
What else do you want? That guy can slide right into the slot right away.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't understand. Maybe there's always some slides that don't make sense until afterwards, if at all. But I mean, I really don't know what it is about Sky Moore that's turning teams off to him, besides maybe a tough, not a non-difficult strength of schedule.
Actually, is N'Kobe Dean still
on the board?
People just like his like size. People are just like,
yeah. I was talking about that with a couple people earlier, and I think it's both a combination of the fact that he's more built like a safety at 5'11", 230,
yeah,
and the fact that surrounded with as many 5 other first round picks on the same defense. Teams are kind of seeing him as the guy that benefited most from other people being paid attention to, which I think is a little unfair when it comes to like, he's still a guy with the best probably end-to-end speed of all the linebackers in the draft. He's got really good downhill run stopping potential when he's able to read the play and hit the gap. Obviously, he's got a couple questions when it comes to being able to fade back and stay with some of the bigger guys and some of the faster guys in coverage when he's got to get away from the play action and read the quarterback. But those are things that are teachable.
Yep.
And I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I've seen smaller linebackers succeed as long as they play hard. And N'Kobe Dean plays hard. I think it's about time he gets taken.
Yeah. Well, Roquan's like he's not that big either.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah.
He's strong,
like,
but I don't know if he's that big.
And I don't think he's that big. And I hear that stuff too, where it's like easy to be aggressive when like it's like easy to like just basically run downhill when you have 10 other 5-star athletes who are like 6 are going to go in the first round or whatever it was.
Yeah.
So easy to just kind of play the game when it doesn't matter like about your assignment, but you still have to have that like natural ability and instinct to pull the trigger. Like and you can't just like constantly run 100 miles an hour. So
no.
Anyway,
and guys quickly learn that when they only have one speed.
Well, yeah. Well,
you go to the NFL, and
I've seen in very very up close and personal that experiment.
Yeah. And it's kind of it's a very interesting dynamic because you see guys who are fast, especially, and I know the Giants didn't draft him, but like the whole John Ross phenomenon, we had him for a minute, and like there are periods of time where he gets open deep on a couple plays, and you're like, wow, why isn't he doing this all the time? But there's a reason that guys like him can't succeed all the time, and it's because only having that one speed isn't enough. You can't just be a downhill runner in the 100%. NFL. I think that's something that people take for granted, especially when they look at guys like Tyreek Hill. They say, oh, he's just freakishly fast. And he is freakishly fast, but he's also got insane footwork. He's one of the best route runners in the NFL, and he's got insane elusiveness. Like it's not just the downhill speed. It's a lot of different factors combined with the downhill speed that make him so deadly.
And this translate. I'll say this last thing, and then I got to run. But like it translates. So I know this sounds ridiculous, but I play squash like a lot.
No.
And
dude, there's no sport to me that sounds ridiculous.
It's a lot of fun, but like there is the hitting the ball as hard as you can every single time takes the effect of hitting the ball as hard as you can out of the game, because that's just your speed. So like it's the same thing with Tyreek Hill. it's not that he just has top end speed. It's that he can change pace so fast on you and go from
The acceleration is unreal.
Yeah, and do it fluidly. And it's the same thing in basketball. Like, you don't need to be the fastest guy. You need to understand how to control your pace and your body. And like that is something that Tyreek Hill has, like, just unbelievably.
A term that I like to use is like twitchiness. There are guys
Yeah.
who are really twitchy, and that's just it shakes people. Tony Gonzalez is announcing this next pick. If you want to hear one more before you go.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if you watched Blue Mountain State, but they had Ed Marinaro on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for the Vikings, and he yelled "Go Goats!" And they actually had to stop him and like, "Hey, read the pick." And he said no, and he almost stormed off. Sky Moore. All right, that's a good conclusion.
Where'd he go?
Your time here. Thank you very much, Chris. I really do appreciate your time here, and a lot of what you had to tell our viewers about Sharp Rank. Guys, go check out the Sharp Rank app. It's on all the different app stores. I don't know how many of them there are these days. Check out the Sharp Rank Twitter. Chris, tell them where everyone can find you.
Yeah, you can find us on Twitter, Instagram, pretty much every social media. LinkedIn is actually like one of our big ones for whatever reason. But yeah, check out the app. And I'll say this before I go, like, we will pick up the phone or answer an email for everyone, at least still. So if you have thoughts, concepts, whatever that you want to suggest, run by us, we'll always take fresh sets of eyes and new ideas. So send them across.
All right, guys, this has been Chris Adams from the Sharp Rank app. Chris, thank you for being here. Really appreciate your time. Joining us now, our very, very good friend of the show for a very long time now, Azim Rakes.
What's
Azim,
up, man?
how are you doing, man?
I've been good. Doing well. How about yourself?
It's draft time, man. I can never be upset. I absolutely love the NFL draft as we are getting the Cardinals pick here.
Oh, yeah.
Anus Williams making the pick for him. But you're a Dallas guy, right? If I remember correctly.
I mean, I live in Dallas. I'm not a Dallas guy.
I was about to say I don't want to. Yeah, I was about to say I don't remember you being a Cowboys fan. I feel like I would have given you a lot more slack for that. The Arizona Cardinals pick Trey McBride, the tight end from Colorado State. I actually have a pretty interesting set of stories about him before we dive in. Trey McBride was actually he was a 3-sport star in high school. He was obviously a football star, but he averaged 18 points, 9 boards, 3 steals, and a block and a half per game in basketball for varsity and baseball. Quite possibly the most impressive one. He hit 452 with 23 homers and 117 RBIs in 77 games for the school. And he, in his senior year, batted 600. He ended up leaving the school as the all-time home run leader and RBI leader. So in addition to being an absolute beast on the football field, if any of these teams have, rec games for other sports, I think Trey McBride might be the first overall pick in all of those.
No, that's wild. It's very few people or very few athletes that can play multiple sports, and anyone who can usually succeeds.
And I feel like they're usually tight ends as well. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I'm always seeing tight ends who used to either play basketball.
That's actually true. I never noticed that till you just brought it up.
Like Jimmy Graham is the guy I always think of. That he was like, he was a basketball player, right? Yeah, I forgot where he went, but I think he played on the basketball team there, and it's just incredible to me. I'm not going to say it makes me too jealous, but at the same time, I was like, man, you got enough skill to play 2 college sports, just like, toss a little this way. Miami. Yeah, to play for the basketball team from Miami and the football team is just like, I'm not mad, but like, toss a little talent this way. Ugh. Yeah, and Trey McBride is really a very good talent. I wonder, who do you think, which team's draft have you liked so far, the most?
I've barely kept up with it. So,
Fair enough.
I've actually been swamped with work. But for what I have kept up with, I believe I think it was the Jets that I read up on. So none of these opinions are any of my own because, again, I haven't broken down the way I like the draft, except for the Saints. I really loved how they added another receiver. That's something that I just truly enjoyed. I think they need more options. But as far as, what I've read into so far, it seems that the Jets are doing pretty well.
Yeah, they are. And it's interesting because as
They
a New
usually
Yorker,
draft horribly.
it's not, as a New Yorker in general, it's not normal to see the New York teams drafting well at all. And it
Yeah.
seems that both the Giants and Jets have kind of come out at least with a plan that looked solid. I'm not going to come out and say necessarily anything, especially about the Giants yet, because I don't want to jinx anything. But at the same time, they came out quite confidently and took what they claimed to be their top two players on their board, and Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeau. The Jets got 3 of their supposed top 8 players on their board. They said that Jermaine Johnson was the 8th guy on their board, and obviously Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson were high up on their list as well. So it also, as I was talking about with Chris before, it brings up how differently each team sees each prospect and how you can, we have these 3 guys in our top 8, and yet one of them ended up going 26. So it kind of speaks to how differently teams see players.
There's usually that one guy that drops out of the top, top 7, top 5 that you expect to go, but then they drop so low. No, yeah, I mean, overall, just reading up on what I've read, seems like the NFC East also has been doing really well, and you have a pick in for Dallas, it seems like.
Yep, the Dallas pick was Sam Williams, the linebacker from Ole Miss. Tampa Bay is now on the clock as they have traded for number 57, and the Bills have traded back. So, yeah, Dallas going for a linebacker. I mean, it kind of does remind me that of their I don't want to say past failures because it's been hit or miss. They hit on Leighton Vander Esch, no question. I don't want to even say they missed on Jalen Smith because it seemed like it was a risk anyway with the injury. And he had big flashes where he looked like he could be something, and then ended up on the Giants practice squad by the end of the year. So clearly it didn't end up working out, but they still need someone to fill that other linebacking role. So a guy like Sam Williams is a good fit for them there. And I am kind of surprised that they went linebacker here and tackle in the first round, because the guy they went with, Tyler Smith, I feel like might have dropped into the second round. They might have been able to move up for him. And then they could have picked a guy like Devin Lloyd, or maybe not Nakobe Dean, because he seems to be falling, and they could have taken him here and decided not to.
Right.
Quay Walker as well, who went in the first round. I feel like maybe they could have gone for a linebacker earlier and a tackle like Tyler Smith a little later. But regardless, as I always say, the GMs do know more than I do, so I'm not qualified to say whatever it is I'm saying.
Well, who knows? Maybe you are.
Listen, I've made some calls before. I've made some good calls before. I'm not gonna knock myself too hard, but also not gonna pat myself in the back.
I do like that trade. I mean, I do like the pick, though, at least as a positional pick. I do think they're lacking in the linebacker position. But you're right. I mean, it's really 50-50s with them when it comes to linebackers. And I would have preferred perhaps something more to fill the offensive, sort of losses that they've had. I think the Cowboys are one of those teams that just needs to focus on the offense, simply because they've never really carried with a defensive mindset. The only good season they've had has been with the offensive focus mindset. And so I would just play to the strength if I was them. But again, as you said, I'm not a GM, so not going to try to act like one.
Listen, maybe we're just the GMs of the future, and they're just not ready for us yet. But yeah, I think that I've seen one thing I've noticed about this draft in particular, and I think it has something to do with the lack of top end quarterbacks, is teams are focusing a lot more on positional value and kind of less of
who the best
overall
man is,
best player available. And I feel like that's kind of because when there are a lot of quarterbacks available, teams are kind of looking to see how valuable their pick is to these teams that want quarterbacks to move up for them. And it's all kind of based on that. And then once the quarterbacks go, kind of the rest of the market gets pushed, because then the players who should, like the best player goes like 3 or 4, and then everyone gets pushed down. oh, I got to take this guy. He shouldn't be here, but he is.
Yeah.
And then without the quarterbacks here, it's kind of like, all right, the top end guys, obviously the top 7, 8 were, the edge rushers and the offensive linemen, and 1 or 2 corners. But then you get to this period of time where there's a lot. I don't want to say a jack of all trades, master of none situation, but there's a lot of guys in a lot of different positions who are there for depth and may not have the highest ceilings, but have higher floors and kind of give you that team building potential where they might not be stars. But if you're a franchise that's trying to rebuild and you're looking for multiple different positions, this is the draft for you. So we see a lot of teams. I think there are 8 teams with multiple first round picks, and a lot of teams with multiple picks in the second and third rounds. And we're seeing them really build to positional need here, especially as you were talking about with the teams in the NFC East. I feel like they're just kind of tired of being the laughing stock of the league.
I mean, they've had talent to not be the laughing stock, but I just think every NFC East team screws themselves over with coaching and administration. I feel like that's always been the key issue with the NFC.
Try to pronounce this name. I don't know his name. I can't.
Luke Godecki.
Godecki. I was gonna say.
I'm guessing.
I was gonna say Godecki.
It might be.
I'm not sure.
It might be. I'm not gonna.
Also,
I might be butchering the name there.
I'm almost positive that ESPN Plus just sent me to the Wolves game without any sort of warning, unless it's just a preview. But why are they showing NBA courtside? See, this is something I'm trying. It just reloaded the page. I just don't understand with ESPN Plus sometimes. Like when they're switching their program, it just, as soon as the clock hit 9 o'clock, it like just did moves. A little flip. Like, at least tell me, so I can be prepared.
Okay, I just googled the pronunciation. I think it's Gudicki.
Gudicki.
Yeah.
See, now I would never have known.
No. Supposedly, Google can be wrong too.
Yeah, well, I trust Google more than I trust my own pronunciation. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So did you ever get back to that draft? Or is
I'm trying. I'm trying my best. It says failed to fetch. I don't know what that means. I don't understand. I'm gonna have to go to the Twitter for the draft picks so I don't mess up I have this whole stream of picks going.
Yeah.
I've been working it perfectly up until this point. I can't lose it. Come on. All right. We're going to a backup plan. We're going to a full refresh. A log out, a log in, and everything. But in the meantime, let me pull up Ian Rappaport's tweets so I can at least know what's going on with the picks. Sad too. I like turning it on to listen. I don't know if you caught the end of my conversation with Chris there. Do you ever watch Blue Mountain State, the show?
I didn't, but it's on my watch list. It's definitely on my watch list. I watch like all these major shows after all the seasons have been published or released, and everybody has an opinion on it. That's when I come in and watch it. I'm very late to the game on every show.
Yeah, by the way, interesting story that Ian Rappaport just tweeted about George Pickens, which I thought was kind of interesting. George Pickens was a passenger in a car crash about a week ago.
Really?
And was not wearing his seatbelt. He hit his head on the windshield, but luckily it was only scraped and he ended up walking away okay. So kind of a scary thing there. And it's a weird trend that I've seen because oddly enough, Trayvon Walker was also in a car accident just hours before the draft started. Jesus. Was also luckily okay, which is like, yes, glad they're all okay, but pretty interesting timing of it.
People need to learn how
I've got the draft back up. I don't know if I missed a pick, but
I sent you a link in the private chat. I don't know if you saw that.
I'm going to open it up now. I just wanted to make sure. Pick 58 is Troy Anderson, the linebacker from Montana State. So it seems that linebackers are kind of starting to come off the board now.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. Like, I don't know. I feel like Yeah, this is.
And he went to
this is
the
next
Falcons.
pick. He went to the Falcons. So the Falcons now quietly, once again, as we were talking about, building
Building
positioned building from need instead of
Yep.
building from top player available. And I understand that in the second and third round, it's a little easier to say you're doing that, but also like when there are guys that are falling down the board, like Nakobe Dean and like a couple other guys, it's hard to not fall into that pressure and say, "Oh, I got to take this guy," you know? And
Yeah.
you got to give credit to some of these organizations for sticking to their boards and sticking to their needs. And now we're really rolling because they're just walking straight out to the stage after every pick. They're not even giving it a second thought. Is that Sean? Gable Stevenson. I don't know why I thought that was Sean Merriman or why he'd be coming out for the Vikings. A whole host of problems on my end. I've been doing this now for 2 hours, so I might be a little afraid.
Hey, props to you for going 2 hours. I don't think I'd be able to, because I've been in your seat before, and I don't think I can do 2 hours.
I was supposed to have Job with me here. Job did unfortunately forget that he had
He let me know.
amazing tickets to the Red Sox game versus the Orioles today.
Oh.
So I guess I couldn't.
He's out there enjoying his time. Huh?
Yeah, you know, this is my favorite day anyway. So
y'all must be excited that baseball's back.
Oh my God, Azim, we were so worried. We were so worried, especially because we were not having necessarily a great basketball season. But to get baseball back is really changed the game for us. I think you might have froze. I don't see it. I got a great smile on your face, frozen though. Oh, we're here.
Yeah, no, my laptop died.
Look at that though. It's a great face.
My laptop died.
No, good. I appreciate you sticking it out with us. But
yeah.
Baseball. I mean, we didn't have a great basketball season, obviously. But baseball.
Not over yet.
No, to be fair, it's not. But Job is the baseball guy, obviously, and he's really been kicking ass with the beginning of the season. So props to him on that side. He deserves to have a day to watch. Hopefully, the Red Sox lose to the Orioles because I hate the Red Sox and I still don't care. And I always tell him
his
too.
Team?
He's a Red Sox fan.
Is he? I didn't ever know that.
And so I always tell him hey, if you ever put a pick on the source for the Red Sox, just know that I'm rooting against us in that game.
You're a Yankees fan, right?
Yes. So I cannot in good.
It's a crazy partnership.
It's one of those things that shouldn't work. It definitely it does, but it shouldn't. And let me just check. Oh, the Red Sox are winning 3-0. That's no fun.
I mean, it's expected though. It's
the biggest mistake I made. Let me tell you.
What?
I took that guy to a Yankees-Orioles game earlier a couple weeks ago.
Oh, no.
It was just not a smart move on my part.
Because y'all lost.
Well, not only did we lose, it didn't even – Job is and he'll tell you this himself. I'm not making fun of him behind his back. Job is rambunctious at sporting events. Job's the kind of guy that, he's got that rolling voice, that kind of
I can see it.
Angry Pee Wee Herman voice kind of.
No, I can definitely see it with him.
It almost, I don't want to say it drives people away from our section, but I've seen people get up and leave the section because he starts screaming shit. And it's just man, I don't know. It's the second inning and it was a wild pitch. Let's calm it down a little bit.
No, I could definitely see him doing that.
Yeah, it's one of those things that
I feel like it'd be enjoyable though.
It's definitely enjoyable, especially when it gets you better seats because people move out of the way.
True.
But at the same time, if I'm a Yankee fan and the stuff he's screaming is anti-Yankees, it's
go to a Red Sox Yanks game.
He went up to New York for one of them, but I unfortunately could not go. I had to do schoolwork. He conveniently put it on a day that I had a final.
Dang. That's unfortunate.
He doesn't want the smoke.
Oh, wow. Bills trade.
Pick number 60.
Again.
Yeah.
They keep trading down.
Well, I thought Sky Moore would have been a great fit for the for the Bills, and now that he's gone to the Chiefs, which I also think is a good fit for him, I think the Bills kind of are like, all right, move back. I don't really need to do it right now. The Bills are a team that, like, we know they don't necessarily need to do that much to
Right.
to get themselves to that next level. So it shouldn't be necessarily too, I don't know, it shouldn't be like too imperative of them to stay where they are in the draft at any point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, the Bills, they're a heavy favorite. Or are they a favorite right now?
They should be close to a favorite.
I think it's either the Bills or the Chiefs that were last favorite to win before this Tyreek Hill trade, though. That was the last time I checked. So I don't know how that trade affected them, and then also all the the free agent signings that the Chiefs have done. I don't know how that's necessarily helped them either move up or down in the rankings, but I think last I remember, Bills were one of the favorites. Definitely one of the favorites. I think they were the favorite though. So
I mean, yeah, especially when you look at, like, I'm not one of those people who's going to, like, rant against the overtime rules, but they're essentially 13 seconds away from,
yeah,
from the Super Bowl, or from at least making the conference championship against the Bengals.
Right.
Sorry, against the Bills, against the Bengals, which would have been a hell of a game that I'm sure everyone would have wanted to see. But also, at the same time, you got to play defense, and so that is probably why they went Kyer Elam, I think.
That was going to be my next question. I was going to ask you, where do you see the Bills going once they go? Do you expect them more defensively? Obviously, that's what they need. But I can also see them wanting a running back. I mean,
yeah, I could definitely see them going running back. I look out for James Cook from, I think, Georgia, Dalvin Cook's brother. He's probably the best running back currently now on the board, I guess, with depends if a lot of people like Tyler Allegahy from BYU, but I've kind of
projected
mixed reviews on him. My whole thing.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
I can't hear you now.
Wait, you can't? Hello.
I think something's wrong with my phone. I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna come back in.
All right, I'll fill the time. But yeah, basically, I guess what I was gonna say about the Cincinnati Bengals, that's kind of about the Buffalo Bills. That's kind of interesting. Is the Buffalo Bills, after they draft Kyer Elam, they don't really have many other places to fill. They really need to fill that slot receiver spot. And that's why I thought Sky Moore would be there. And I'll repeat that to Azim when he comes back. But you guys can get the inside scoop first. That's what I'm going with there. I think they need a slot receiver to fill the Cole Beasley void. Cincinnati Bengals on the clock. Let's listen in.
2022 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals select Cam Taylor-Britt.
My bad.
No worries.
And now
Cam
you can't
Taylor
see me,
Britt.
Can you see me?
I can't see you, no, but I can hear you.
So what?
We're making some progress.
Yeah. Slowly but surely, right?
Slowly but surely. The Bengals picked up Cam Taylor Britt. The safety, or DB, I'll list him, out of Nebraska. Interesting little story for you guys about Cam Taylor-Britt. Cam Taylor, and this is actually kind of a heartwarming story. I know it's not really necessarily football related. I can tell Azim the story as well.
There it is. Let's go.
Actually, right in time, I wanted to tell a little quick story about Cam Taylor-Britt. I was doing some pre-draft research, and I noticed Cam Taylor-Britt, when he was a kid, his name was just Cam Taylor. It wasn't Cam Taylor-Britt. Did a little more digging into that. And it turns out that in his youth football days, his coach, Darryl Britt, ended up being injured in a play where he hit his hand on Cam Taylor's helmet, and his mother felt bad and took them to the emergency room. And his mother and Coach Britt ended up becoming a thing, and they ended up getting a relationship. And to show support for Coach of the relationship, Cam Taylor changed his name to Cam Taylor-Britt.
Wow. What a story.
I have
someone up
in
here
a couple minutes, so I want to make sure I can get him in. He was just in the waiting room. But yeah, I always thought that was an interesting story.
No, 100%, 100%.
All right, I'm gonna add him to the stream now. I have someone I'm gonna add to the stream now really quickly.
Okay,
Very good friend of the show for a very long time. Hosted the True Eagle podcast, I believe, and at True Eagle at TRU_Eagle. Very good friend of mine for a very long time. Rashad, how we doing?
Oh God, what's up, man? And new podcast now, so let me go
New
ahead
podcast.
and
All right, my bad.
and get
my
that
bad.
done. Forgive me, I'm in my car, as you can see. So the new show was actually NFC East Unfiltered.
All right, NFC East Unfiltered.
Are you an Eagles fan?
Oh yeah. I mean, the name kind of states that.
Yeah, I've had quite a few impassioned discussions with both Rashad and a couple other people in the NFC East group that's led to quite a bit of fun banter back and forth. Rashad's also in a similar area to me, so we still got to go grab a beer before I go back to New York for a little bit. But Rashad, I got a couple questions for you.
Hate losing bets, man, but I still owe you one.
Yeah, listen, I was one I did not expect to win. I never expected Giants to beat the Eagles, but hey, it's always a pleasant surprise when they do. I mean, I can't complain about that. Rashad, a busy 48 hours for the Philadelphia Eagles. How do you feel about the new acquisition and extension of A.J. Brown?
Okay, so on one hand, my guy was on the board from day one, which is essentially A.J. Brown, essentially. Traylon Burks is essentially A.J. Brown. That was my guy from day one. But when you have a guy like Jalen Hurts, who I'm not a Jalen Hurts guy at all. So when you have him, the best way to find out if he's the guy, go get a proven receiver. No excuses. Either he's the guy at the end of the year or he's not. The extension
100%.
The extension is what it is. That's where receivers are getting paid now. So I love the move. Would I have rather gotten Traylon Burks? Sure. But that's a long-term move. This is the right move for this team. And I'm excited to a degree, but like I said, not a Jalen Hurts guy.
Yeah, fair enough. But when you look at Jalen Hurts and kind of the strengths or I guess weaknesses of this division, do you think an acquisition like A.J. Brown is enough to take the Eagles over the top when, we're already in a position where they've been pretty close to taking over the top of the division a couple times? And especially, by the way, adding Jordan Davis to that defensive line now. I mean, now you got Hargrave, Cox, Davis, Graham, and Hassan Reddick as well. I mean, it's an absolute nightmare for opposing offensive lines to face. So you got to think that you guys are gearing up for something.
I want nothing to do with Jordan Davis.
Really?
Really? Wow.
Not because of Jordan Davis. Nothing to do with him. Who's playing corner?
Fair enough.
Who's playing? Who's your other safety?
Maddox still?
But I mean,
Maddox,
who are you guarding anyways?
Maddox is a good slot corner. You got Darius Slay on one side. You have one safety. That's the only reason I didn't want Jordan Davis. But Jordan Davis is, at the time, probably the best player left on our board, and long-term answer. Fletcher Cox cut, then re-signed to a one-year deal, so it makes sense. If you're an Eagles fan and you're clamoring for Devin Lloyd or Nakobe Dean, you should know better.
I was about to say, I saw a lot of people expecting a linebacker at that spot.
But, okay, you're a Giants fan.
Yes.
Every team has something that they do not do. If you're an Eagles fan, you should know they're not going to draft a linebacker in the first round.
That's true.
Hell, they're not going to draft one in the second round unless it's Michael Kendricks.
Yeah.
Get used to it. They put a priority in certain places. O-line, D-line, period. That's it. End of story.
Well, building the trenches has never, that's always been a good strategy for building a team, and I think Howie Roseman and the front office have kind of recognized that and taken that as, if you can't go wrong down that path, why would you go down a different path?
Right.
It is a good philosophy. I'm not going to poo-poo it.
Mm-hmm.
I like Howie Roseman more than most. But it's like,
I
come
think he
on.
gets a lot of unnecessary flack.
It's because people can't look past the misses in the first round. They'll ignore the Jason Kelce's, they'll ignore the Jordan Mailatas, they'll ignore all of these other guys that are key contributors and only focus on you picked Jalen Reagor over Jordan Jefferson. You picked J.J. Arcega-Whiteside over DK Metcalf. That's it. You picked Derek Barnett, who I can watch the game with my eyes closed and know all sides. Okay, Derek Barnett, yeah, sure, why not? You got Nick Sirianni saying, damn, this guy again on the sideline. They focus on that. And that's understandable. When you need your blue chip, when you draft them blue chip, quote unquote, blue chip players, you need them to be that. Howie misses on those, unless they're top 10 picks. So I get it, but he does get more flack than what's necessary. You don't win a Super Bowl without Alshon Jeffrey. That was Howie Roseman. Fletcher Cox, Howie Roseman. Lane Johnson, Howie Roseman. A lot of the people that make up the core they came here under Howie Roseman's watch.
Yeah,
fair enough.
So you just got to kind of take the good with the bad, deal with it. It is what it is.
hope for the best mentality, right?
Absolutely. Azim, I know you got to check out, brother. So I want to thank you so much for joining us, man. It's always a pleasure
course,
to have
man.
you on the show, and looking forward to talking to you whenever we can talk to you next.
Time
I know
I'll
you got
more
a
research for
packed
sure.
schedule, but I would love to talk to you soon, and I know Job also would love to work with you soon. So have a good
100%,
night, man.
All
I'll
right.
talk to you soon.
Talk to y'all later, man. Good luck.
Have a good one. All right, so I believe we are now on pick 63. We're almost at the end of the second round now. Rashad, is there anything else you're looking for the Eagles to do in this draft, or have they already kind of cemented what their main philosophy and main goals were here, and in terms of roster construction and what you guys are at least trying to do for the next year and a half or two?
In terms of what they do, they went chalk with what they do. Trenches, O-line, D-line. You made a trade for A.J. Brown. Makes sense because who else playing receiver? Quez Watkins, okay, he's cool. Jalen Reagor stinks. Arcega-Whiteside stinks. You go and get a center. Once again, I am personally not a big proponent of we're drafting a guy this year for next year. I'm really not into that. Like, every team drafts people first, second round that they expect to be day one impact players. The Eagles go and they get guys and say, we'll get them in there when they get in there. Andre Dillard, obviously, in this case, the center they just drafted. Like, I can't even think of who it is because I am like 6 drinks in right now. So it is what it is. But they have to go secondary. I personally expect them to maybe go and try to lock up.
That's who it was. Cameron Jurgens.
Yeah, Jurgens. Yeah. Cam Jurgens. I expect them to maybe try to lock up Honey Badger, but once again, who's playing corner?
Yeah, fair enough. Do you think that they have any interest in maybe trading or trying to make trades for corners? Because I know they make the trade for A.J. Brown. We're talking about possibly making a trade for Tyrann Mathieu. Maybe the path here isn't necessarily through the draft, but through trading and through maybe not free agency. It's a little late for that, but picking up guys who maybe get dropped for contracts in other spots.
Honestly, I would probably keep my eye on Xavier Rhodes, who is a free agent, played under defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon in Minnesota and in Indy. He's a logical choice for a guy to bring in 1-year deal.
It's a great bridge
30,
corner.
30, you said what? Yeah, absolutely.
Bridge
corner, yeah, absolutely. 30 plus years old, but he buys you time. As far as a trade, if I'm the Eagles, I don't want to trade any more picks because you need to hold on to as many as possible. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is the year that determines whether Jalen Hurts is your franchise quarterback. So I need to keep those picks.
Okay, so when talking about Jalen Hurts then in this situation, because I do agree that they've kind of given him no excuses here, especially when you talk about him being able to roll out and let receivers extend plays. A.J. Brown is, as we know, great at that. It's a really good situation for him. And I just wonder if Jalen Hurts ends up not being the answer this year, is the solution then to try to draft a quarterback next year, or is it to make a trade for an aging quarterback for a bridge year? Because my best guess is the Eagles are not a team that are going to be in the sweepstakes for Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, and maybe Spencer Rattler, whoever the top 3 guys are next year. I don't see the Eagles as being a team that ends up getting a top 3 pick because of all the talent there and the playoff potential, frankly. So when looking at if it's not Jalen Hurts, then who is it? Do you think more through the draft possibly, or looking through the guys who are already in the league?
It will be a vet. Like, let's all be honest. If the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did not have what they already had, would Tom Brady have went there?
Probably not.
Okay, so if you have AJ Brown, you have a 1,000-yard receiver in Devontae Smith, you have Dallas Goedert, who most people say is a top 5 tight end. Miles Sanders, just depends on how you feel about him.
Depends how Nick Sirianni feels about him.
That's a different conversation. You have one of the best O-lines in football. If you're a quarterback that wants out, why wouldn't you choose Phil? Why wouldn't you want Philly at that point?
Seems like a great situation to be in.
So I think they put themselves in a situation. One, they do still have the draft capital to move up for a quarterback. They have 2 firsts next year. They have, I believe, 2 3s next year and 2 2s the year after, if I'm correct. They have the capital to move up and still get whoever they want if they so choose. But I would look and say they would probably do the whole 1 year, 1 to 3 year Tom Brady type of vet if there's one available that wants out. I mean, will there be one? Who knows?
Seems like there's always one. Yeah, every year or two, there's some guy who's not happy with his situation. And the Eagles do have probably, I mean, obviously it's too early to know who's going to want a quarterback when, but the Eagles have one of the best young rosters in terms of, or not even young, but one of the best established rosters when you talk about talent to have a quarterback come in and immediately be in a good winning situation, especially when you look at the rest of the NFC East and how it might be a little easier to win this division than a lot of others. So I think that's definitely a very interesting point.
You just got to look at the landscape. Look at what teams are doing. Look at what Matt Ryan is not appealing to the Colts if you are not already ready to win that division.
No, and they've kind of ended up lucking out almost with how Tennessee is now almost giving away. I don't want to say giving away the division, but kind of. I mean, they had to get rid of AJ Brown. I mean, they weren't happy about it, but they said that they were not going to be able to fix that contract extension situation with him. So they are now they were in that situation where they're kind of in a purgatory. And the only thing you can really do at that point is unload the guy and try to start fresh with Treylon Burks, which they did do. And credit to them for getting, such a I don't want to say similar, but a receiver with a very similar skill set with the possibility of having very similar success if he goes down the same path. But it's also just like you can't expect to have the same impact on the AFC South with Treylon Burks being there in year one. While AJ Brown has, established himself as one of the top tier receivers in this league.
Well, I think that, okay, so I had this question asked to me a number of times when the young receivers that want to get paid. I'm not going to count Terry McLaurin because he's in division, but DK Metcalf, Deebo Samuel, AJ Brown. I was asked numerous times, which one would you go get? My answer was AJ Brown. Deebo, you have to have a coach that is committed to playing a certain way and using him a certain way. DK Metcalf, between him and AJ Brown, yes, I personally would love the freaking nature at receiver or anywhere on the field. But I've seen AJ Brown
always been known as the better route runner, to be fair.
I've seen AJ Brown make big plays in games that matter. Period. He was the better receiver in college. He's still the better receiver now. But he's never had 1,100 yards either. I'm just granted.
It was a run-heavy offense
and a run-first offense.
Yeah,
but with him, it's like, is he worth the $25 million a year that they gave him? Which, in actuality, will not be $25 million because he's under contract this year.
Yeah.
Well, Christian Kirk got what, 17, 18? So yes, he's worth it.
I mean, yeah, that, if you're looking from that spectrum, I just can't believe they did that.
Teams do stuff when they're desperate every year. That's
There's
the beauty of free agents.
desperation, and then there's paying Christian Kirk like he's DeAndre Hopkins. And it also is interesting to me to see this wide receiver market and how the trades work out with them when looking at how a short couple of years ago, DeAndre Hopkins was worth a second-round pick. And I know, obviously, to a lot more teams he was worth more, but, like, we've kind of seen this value of wide receivers go up as the air raid offense and the deep ball becomes more and more prevalent in the NFL. So it is very interesting to see, a deep ball threat such as AJ Brown starting to command that market. And while it might seem like a lot of money now, I feel like it's like with quarterbacks where every time like a new one gets their extension, it's, oh, this is the new largest contract in NFL history. Like receivers are going to get paid. They're going to keep getting big money, and you're going to keep saying, wow, this guy's getting a lot of money. But if all of them are getting similar stock type of that money, then at a certain point, the ones that get more than even that are the ones that are looked at as top tier. So even if you're overpaying, you're still paying what people are paying for wide receivers.
Fans need to stop worrying about the money. Period.
Facts.
A few years ago, before me and you ever connected, I reluctantly did, I want to say, a 20-minute breakdown on how the Dallas Cowboys can pay everyone. And people told me there's no way they can do it. They're going to have to lose key players. And I proposed the key to that was paying Zeke, because he was still under contract, so you could stretch out some of his money by throwing it onto the current years. And the only players in my scenario that they cut was starters. They got rid of Lyle Collins at the end of that season, and a defensive tackle that doesn't even start. I can't remember who the guy is.
I think it was Malik Collins.
No. It wasn't Malik Collins. Tyrone Crawford. When I did it, that was my thing. And now what they ended up doing was, I didn't take into account them paying Jalen Smith because he wasn't up for an extension.
Yeah.
They let Byron Jones go, but paid Jalen Smith. They paid Lyle Collins. They paid Amari Cooper. They paid DeMarcus Lawrence. They paid Zeke Elliott. My point is, if you have about 20 million, if you're about 20 million under the cap, you can pay whoever you want.
And restructuring is always possible as well.
But even without restructuring, contract extensions, and I'm a bit of a numbers person, so I get it a little bit more. You're playing Tetris. I can pay every guy, let's say, $25 million a year. The key is, when is the big cap hit? If I pay 4 guys $25 million a year for 4 years, you can make it so the big cap hit for one guy is year 1, the next guy year 2, next guy year 3, so on and so forth. So you never get killed any one year. Same thing with the receiver market. It sucks to have to pay a receiver $25 million a year, but what are you going to do? Although what I would say is, the reason not to pay a top end receiver is, other than Cooper Kupp, name me the last number 1 receiver that has a Super Bowl.
I've made that argument multiple times, and a lot of people seem to not realize that, like, and I think you and I both get this, is like the glitz and glam and the flashy players, they're great, and they're great for putting butts in seats, but it's not necessary for a Super Bowl winning team to have a flashy number 1 receiver who's the best in his craft. I mean, before the Chiefs won the Super Bowl, in that decade before, like in that 10 years before the Chiefs, the best wide receiver on a Super Bowl winning team was either Julian Edelman or Marcus Colston. And so
Jeffrey's probably the best.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that.
Literally, Alshon Jeffrey is the other guy. So it's like
he's probably the best guy, and I'm not saying that because I'm an Eagles fan. Alshon Jeffrey is better than Julian Edelman.
No,
at his best.
And it's not like you have to outplay crazy all-stars here, because the fact of the matter is that, like, there are better receivers than Marcus Colston and Julian Edelman, but that's not what was necessary for the winning team. It's not always necessary to have the flashiest and best wide receivers because building in the trenches and there are just some other positions that are more important to have higher levels of talent in. Oh, the Giants are picking. Hello.
So I'll say that. I'll say this, Sam. I personally do not believe the whole defense wins championships, but if you look at the teams that do win, they just so happen to play better defensively in that game. It has nothing to do with the receiver. It has nothing to do with the running back. It has a lot to do with the quarterback. But the teams that play better up front on both sides of the ball in that game tend to win.
Trenches are incredibly important. Both sides.
It's not the team, but it's not the teams that dominate throughout the year. It's the teams that dominate that game.
Mm-hmm. And that kind of a lot of it goes into the game plan and the coaching, which is another thing that a lot of fans kind of don't really look at as much when they're looking at team construction, is how guys fit under coaches' umbrellas and their schemes. And I think that's another thing that really works for A.J. Brown and the Eagles, not to necessarily go back and harp on that again, but I think it's really good to have A.J. Brown working in a system with Jalen Hurts because, as I said, A.J. Brown's great when plays are extended and getting open. Jalen Hurts is great at extending those plays. And in addition, if the pocket collapses, A.J. Brown's great at coming back to the ball, which is a key skill that I think is very important for when guys are maybe flustered in the pocket, which is something that did happen to Jalen Hurts a couple times over the course of the season.
And one other thing, and to me, this cannot be overlooked. Why did Davante Adams want to get traded to the Raiders?
I mean,
because the quarterback is his best friend in real life.
Yeah.
Like outside of
Fresno
football,
State,
they are best friends. No, but they're legit best friends. Not just they play together. They're legit best friends.
Oh yeah. You know that whole joke they made about getting him the car and all that. I don't even think it's a joke. I think Derek Carr is actually buying Davante Adams a Ferrari or something like that for joining the Raiders.
Well, A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts are supposedly super close.
I saw that FaceTime call.
Yeah, but it came out weeks ago that I think they're actually best friends. So you can't overlook and discount the want to play with your friend. Did A.J. Brown push for a trade?
Team chemistry as well.
You would like to hope that it comes with chemistry. You would like to hope, and they have been working out. They were working out weeks ago. There's videos of it.
You got to imagine they're also probably talking about what they could be doing together.
Does working out on air matter? No. We'll see. I am excited about it. I wanted to jump on here and I was about to give a big Eagles chant. I said, no, I'm a little drunk. Let me let me reframe a little bit. Let me just kind of chill and not go that far. But this division just got interesting. I mean, first round, what the Giants did, I love it.
I'm a huge fan, man. I was on a live show yesterday, and I let the emotions get the better of me. I just started whooping and hollering, just exactly what I wanted.
I was calling for Evan Neal with your first pick.
When I did a mock draft, I had Neal at 5 and Thibodeau at 7. So I'm not necessarily upset that they got picked in reverse order, but I didn't expect. I think it's kind of because the corners went off the board first, and so then the offensive tackle stayed on the board, and you had that situation where you could pick Thibodeau, and even if one or two of the other tackles got picked, you'd still have the third one at 7. So
all because Stingley got picked.
It's all a cascade from Stingley. So we really have the Houston Texans to thank, because once they did that, Jets had to pick Sauce. They couldn't wait on a corner because that was
pick Sauce regardless.
Yeah, but if they had any thought of if we don't get Sauce, we can wait for Stingley, he was gone. And after him, it was McDuffie, and that's a huge drop off from what they wanted. So they had to take Sauce right then and there. Then the Giants knew that if they picked Thibodeau, they'd have their pick of at least 2 of the tackles at 7. But if they picked one of the tackles, they might not have Thibodeau at 7. So I definitely understood the logic. But someone asked me if like we should trade back, and I was like, the way this is shaking out, absolutely not. Like, what more could you possibly want?
Trade back for what?
Exactly. Like the Giants needed an edge rusher and a tackle, and they were edge rushers and tackles galore. I mean, I don't know what you need to trade back for at that point. It's all sitting right there for you.
Unless you're saying trade back to get a quarterback. I mean, I don't know.
Like how does trading back make us exponentially better than if we were to draft two guys who are top 10 players, you know?
I'll take it a step further. Potentially the best guy at both their positions.
Yep. Absolutely. With a sky high ceiling for both of them. Evan Neal,
the best guy at both their positions.
I mean, Evan Neal at 6'8", 337 pounds is one of the largest people I've ever seen. He makes Kayvon Thibodeau look like I don't know, like a baseball player next to a football player. Like just no comparison.
What this division has done, okay, I'm not quite sure what the Commanders are doing.
Yeah, I don't know. They're like the only team that's not really seeming to get better. I don't really understand.
Traylon Burks is there. You don't get him because you want. I don't know if they went for speed with a guy that's 178 pounds that runs a 4.4. I'm not getting that. And thank God for Jerry Jones right now. Oh, also, I love Jerry.
I just don't get, like, I understand that safety wasn't their biggest need, but I mean, you're sitting there at 11, Kyle Hamilton's available, you don't take him. Then you're sitting there at 15, Kyle Hamilton just went, and there's a bunch of safeties that are about to peel off the board, and you still don't go there. I just don't necessarily know, like, they had a chance to get one of the, like, I wasn't saying Kyle Hamilton should have been a top 5 pick. I thought he was a little overhyped there, but he was definitely a top 10 player. And once you get there at 11 or 12, and you have a positional need at safety, and you're looking at a guy who a lot of people were looking at as one of the best players in the draft, I don't understand how you trade down there.
They're the Commanders. I really wish I had something good I could say, something that would make you think they're the Commanders. That's all I got.
I feel bad for their fans, but
no, wait. I take that back. As the guy who was kind of sort of is still a Carson Wentz supporter.
I'm still in Carson Wentz's side. I believe. I think it's like the last straw, really. But like he's got some talent. He's got it.
Well, the thing is this.
We've seen it. We've seen it before.
He's no longer special.
No.
He's a solid quarterback who last year his really dumb plays made everyone think that he was god awful when he wasn't.
He had a great touchdown interception ratio.
He averages about 7 interceptions a year. For what that's worth. But the thing is, tell me who he's throwing the ball to.
Yeah, he was throwing it to T.Y. Hilton when he was healthy, Michael Pittman when he was healthy, and Zach Pascal.
Paris Campbell hasn't been healthy at all. You have a guy who played basketball as your tight end who, I mean, I guess he has the upside, but Michael Pittman was the only receiver you had. People say, oh, well, he had a top 5 defense and he had a running game. Okay. He still has to throw the ball.
Yeah, you still got to throw to someone.
He had that issue in Philly.
The only thing he has no excuse for, which I'm sure he would say the same, is the left-handed tosses, which just make no sense. But like 2 or 3 times that happened this year, which granted I understand is 2 or 3 too many, but like they shouldn't be overlooking what he did for the rest of the year because of that last game. And it seems really like that's what it was. Chris Ballard and the rest of that staff really said, like, you know, that last game is what did it for us. And I understand how important it was, but like they had lost 5 straight in Jacksonville before that game, and Carson Wentz wasn't a quarterback for those 5 games. So it clearly wasn't just him.
Well, I do have people in Indy, and supposedly Ballard and Reich wanted him to stay. Now, let's take a look at Jim Irsay. If you're Jim Irsay, Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck. His idea of a quarterback is Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck. Anything below that is not acceptable.
That's a spoiled attitude to have, though. Like, and I understand, like, you got to have that when you're like, we're looking for greatness and, we want the best. But at a certain point, you've cycled through Jacoby Brissett, Phillip Rivers, Carson Wentz, now Matt Ryan. How many times are you going to have, you've got a defense that had, what was it, 7 Pro Bowlers? How many years are you going to waste kind of going through those motions?
It's a very unfortunate thing when it comes to Wentz because, like I said, after the knee, he hasn't been special. And when it comes to the plays you were talking about, right, throwing left-handed, things of that nature, if he was still special, everyone would overlook it. Just look at Brett Favre.
Mahomes. Just like Mahomes.
Look at Brett Favre. Look at Patrick Mahomes. When you can consistently, week after week, make 1 or 2 special plays, the really bad plays are just like, oh, okay, well, we'll live with it. When you can't make those plays that make people say, there's only 2 or 3 people in NFL history that can do that. When those are gone, your bad plays are really bad because now that's what we focus on.
Yeah, and he used to have those plays where he'd slip underneath the pass rusher, and it'd be like he'd get collapsed on by like 5 people. He'd spring out of the pile and still be running with the football. You'd be like, how does he do that? The escapability isn't there anymore.
It's not, and I don't know if it's gone or if it's just the injuries.
He definitely got some. Yeah, he's got some injuries.
The knee, the back.
He's got some mental stuff going on too. Really, I don't think that. I think he's a little. I don't want to say he's got the yips, but I think he's fragile.
He's fragile.
We've seen him start to fragile. Yeah, he starts to whenever there's a big pass rush now, I see him curl up and fall on the ground. He doesn't take those hits and dive underneath them and try to get open for space for himself anymore. He's been hit too much. He's been hurt too much. He's fragile. He's worried.
You can only duck under people but so many times before they know it's coming.
And then they lower their heads into yours.
The fact it's like he's not agile enough when he's making these moves, so he only has one go-to. I'm going to try to duck underneath of you. Dude, you're 6'5".
6'5", 230.
Yeah, you're not 6'2", where when you duck it's a little easier. You're 6'5". It's not going to work all the time, and it doesn't.
Yeah, and it is really sad because it's one of those falls from grace where this is a guy, and I know it's 5 years ago and football is ancient, but 5 years ago, this guy was about 3 regular season weeks away or 4 or 5 regular season weeks away from clinching an MVP award in his second or third career season. And it was second career season. And it was looking like, this was the guy. This is not only is this the guy for the Eagles, this guy is putting the league on notice. He was doing things every week.
I will die on the hill of he should still have won MVP that year.
I frankly completely agree.
He missed 3.
Brady won it, right? Brady ended up.
Brady won. Wentz missed 3.5 games, and him and Brady had the same amount of touchdowns. I'm just saying.
And he was well in front of Brady. It was a 2-horse race, and he was well in front of him going into, I think it was week 13 when that happened.
I'm just saying. He missed 3.5 games. They had the same amount of touchdowns. So take that for what you will, but the Wentz era is over. It is what it is.
Frank Reich was trying to rediscover that as well, and it didn't go as planned.
No,
unfortunately.
No,
but yeah, Rashad, I know you've been with me for a lot longer than you planned to be, and I really do appreciate you staying.
It's cool, man. It's cool. I gotta get you on early next week to talk about the Giants' overall draft haul. Since the Birds and Boys and Sideline Take and everything else that my show's been called is now a pure NFC East show. Got to get you on, man.
Dude, without a doubt, I am there. Early next week, pencil me in. I'm absolutely in for it. I'd love to talk the NFC East, and I'd love to talk Giants, Eagles, all real, in my real fandom set, not my reporter set when I'm trying to knock out which pick is which here, but when I can really be, the New York Giants homer that I am. So, Rashad, thank you again for joining us, man.
Oh, man, not a problem, man. And look, anytime you already know, just send me a message. I'm on.
Absolutely. And, yeah, tell the people where they can find you one more time really quick.
So you can find me on Twitter at TrueEagle, TRU_Eagle. You can find the NFC East show that we do at East Unfiltered on Twitter. Link to the show is in the bio. You can find it there. The show is actually on the Podbean app, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, and iHeartRadio. NFC East Unfiltered.
NFC East Unfiltered. I'm going to go drop a follow on that right now. Rashad, thank you for your time as always, man. It's always a pleasure talking with you.
Oh, man, no
I'll
problem,
connect
no
with you
problem.
early
Have a good
next
evening.
week.
I'm about to go finish getting drunk.
As you deserve, as you should. I'll catch up with you early next week.
All right, man. Later.
Later. All right, guys, we have now entered round 3 of the NFL draft, and we are entering hour number 3 of this stream. I thank you all for everyone who's been sticking with me. I do have to. I'm not gonna do it. I am really trying to power through this Scott Hansen style. But man, I don't know how he does this without going to the bathroom at least once. I don't want to go too into detail. So just going to send a quick message to the boys at BCMG. If any of you are still watching, keep an eye out to the main chat. But I say once again, I am going to make a banner for this. There is a $25 gift card at stake here in the third round. I want you to comment your favorite team and whether or not you like the picks they've made so far. I will put this I will put this in a random selector on a wheel with all the people and all the comments. And then I will choose one at the end of the show. That is, if we get any comments. Don't want to put the pressure on anyone right now, but if you put one in right now, you might be the only name. So put that on the bottom for all intents and purposes, so you all know. That is from our friends at BCMG, a $25 gift card. A $50 gift card could be coming your way if we get enough traction on this giveaway, but we don't want to just give them both away to one person. That wouldn't be very fair, would it? So the pick is in for the Seahawks at 72, but we are still in a commercial break. We're in a little bit of a lull. So let's go over what we've seen so far, because there have been a couple players taken that I do have a couple stories about. James Cook went number 31 to the Buffalo Bills. I was talking with Azim Rakes earlier. You can find him at Azim Rakes on Twitter. Was talking to him about how that would be a good fit for them. I think it's a really, really good spot for a one-cut hard runner like James Cook in an, I don't want to say an option style offense, but an offense that has the ability to kind of be versatile in the way that they operate, especially with their running backs. They do a lot of pitches. They do a lot of inside handoffs that kind of swerve into outside cuts and kind of misdirections. I think it's a good spot for James Cook, and I think it's a big filling of a need for Buffalo, because they were not getting the production that they necessarily wanted or expected out of Devin Singletary or out of Zach Moss, who was getting some injury. So now we are in the third round. We are back. The Seahawks pick is in at round 3, pick 8. According to ESPN's draft predictor, which I think is interesting, Malik Willis there was under a 1% chance that Malik Willis would enter the third round available, 2% chance for Matt Corral, 4% chance for Desmond Ridder, and a 19% chance for Sam Howell. All 4 quarterbacks currently available across the board. And I see Shaquem Griffin is coming out to make this pick for the Seattle Seahawks. Now that we do not have any guests, let's listen in.
With the 72nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Abraham Lucas, tackle, Washington State. Seahawks. Oh, you just mentioned.
So Abraham Lincoln, the tackle from Washington State, goes as the 8th pick in the third round to the Seattle Seahawks. First team All Pac-12 in 2020 and in 2021. Pretty large guy. He's 6'6.5", just about 315 pounds. went up against Kayvon Thibodeau and a bunch of the best pass rushers in this draft class in the Pac-12 over his time there. He's got a little bit of a grabbing issue. To be completely honest, not a big fan of his film because I haven't watched too many Washington State games. And the games I have watched, he seems a little grappy. That would explain why he falls down to this spot in the draft. Azim just texted me, told you Bills and running back. James Cook. You were right. See, that's the thing about having people on your show, guys, is that sometimes people will come on, they'll say something, and then when they're right, you got to back them up for it. But the Seattle Seahawks cross Mafe and a couple, and now Abraham Lucas. They've had a very busy day too. There is someone on stilts at the draft. I officially don't know what's happening anymore. I'm here with everybody else, just watching as I go along. We now have the Indianapolis Colts on the clock, round 3, pick 9. The person, so this is clearly an act, but there was someone on someone else's shoulders. He fell off. There's someone on the ground still.
Indianapolis Colts select Jelani Woods, tight end, Virginia.
Jelani Woods, tight end from Virginia. I'm not quite sure what that little walk-up was, but Jelani Woods, tight end from Virginia, really, really big size. He's 6'7", 250 just about. He's going to be, going to be a good blocker hybrid, but he's also a great red zone threat, and kind of seeing that in some of his film here if you're watching alongside. He has the ability to line up in the slot, not just as a tight end, so that ability should scare teams. Kyle Pitts-like physique. I'm not going to say he has Kyle Pitts-like athleticism, but he's built very similarly where he can kind of block and play the slot. He's that good as a hybrid. He can go up and get the ball. His jumping ability is not quite there, but he is a hawk in the red zone, and he does draw a lot of targets there. So I think that's a very good spot for him to go. Indianapolis desperately needed a tight end. I was talking about that earlier in the show. I thought it would be a good spot for Trey McBride, but Jelani Woods lands there in the 3rd round on the 73rd pick. And the Atlanta Falcons now come up to make the 10th pick of the 3rd round.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Desmond Ritter.
Whoa!
Cincinnati. Whoa! So it's a quarterback, but
Desmond Ritter goes to Atlanta, surprisingly off the board before Malik Willis. So the fall of Malik Willis continues, but a quarterback is finally taken off the board, the first one since Kenny Pickett in the 1st round. Desmond Ritter is the 2nd quarterback off the board. 2020 and 2021 AAC Offensive Player of the Year. He obviously comes with some questions. Desmond Ritter has some footwork issues. He's also got some accuracy issues and a little bit of I don't want to say leading the field issue, but it's a little bit of I don't want to say leadership, but like that kind of field general vibe. I don't necessarily get it from him. He's more quiet, laid back, reserved. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just something I've noticed from a leadership standpoint. And going to Atlanta, if you're going to take over that franchise, you do need to have that quality. I have noticed that as the year goes on, he did kind of evolve with the team. He got a lot more excited, a lot more hype. I'm not questioning his love of the game whatsoever. I'm simply just questioning if he has what it takes to be that leader at that next level. He's a dual threat. He's got the ability to really stretch out defenses, and something that Matt Ryan does not have. I think they're going to have Marcus Mariota bridge him for the next year or two because they have a slightly similar skill set, and they're both very versatile in terms of liking to roll out. But Desmond Ritter is the 2nd quarterback off the board, round 3, pick 74. Broncos have traded the pick to the Texans. So Houston moves up to 75. And once again, we see the Houston Texans making moves. They are not done yet. Round 3, pick 11. Their pick is already in. At this point, we are going to start getting a lot of picks in on the spot. Teams know exactly who they want. The Falcons draft room, by the way, it looks like they just had a Christmas party. I mean, they're extremely, extremely excited. So, yeah, they're going over some of his weaknesses now. He's not exactly great at throwing to the strong side of the right. He doesn't necessarily always lead his receivers, which does lead for some passes to get undercut. He's going to learn that the hard way at the professional level when he gets absolutely pick sixed at least once or twice on those undercut routes. But regardless, he is a very, very solid player. He was at the collegiate level. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in the NFL. I'm hoping Atlanta found the right guy for them. And they've also now expanded their offensive arsenal. They have Drake London on the outside paired up with Kyle Pitts. They have some weapons. Cordero Patterson's still there. I think they've really improved their offense. In terms of their quarterback position, that remains to be seen whether Desmond Ridder is the guy for the job. Regardless of Desmond Ridder and this pick, you can say that Atlanta has improved their offensive personnel, especially with the fact that they lost Calvin Ridley and they did not necessarily do so it didn't happen in a manner that gave them the easy accessibility of drafting or picking up someone else without having to worry about it. So they're making do with what they've got, and they are in the midst of a turnaround. The NFC South shouldn't be that strong this year besides Tampa Bay, so that does open up a slight spot for them if Marcus Mariota can lead them. And maybe Desmond Ridder shows up and surprises everyone. I'm not here to tell anyone different.
Have traded the 75th pick.
Houston is making their pick. We're going to listen in.
With the 75th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Christian Harris, Alabama.
Christian Harris, the linebacker from Alabama. So we see some Bama players start to go off the board now. That will be a growing theme as we go deeper and deeper into this draft. We have guys like Josh Jobe who are still yet to come off the board, and a couple other guys who are Saban coached. I expect those guys to get drafted as they always do. Christian Harris, he had 79 tackles last year, 11.5 tackles for loss, 5.5 sacks. Not bad numbers when you're looking at a guy coming from Alabama where there is not a lot of stats to go around. So he's about 6 feet and a half. 225 pounds. There are a couple concerns similar to the concerns with Nakobe Dean about his size. So I understand those worries. But at the same time, we are now in this third round. So those size concerns really shouldn't be something that's harped upon too much. We're at the point now where guys with flaws are going to get taken, and those flaws are going to be it's going to have to be determined that the coaching staff of that team believes they can coach out those flaws. So with Christian Harris, I mean, he's obviously great with pursuit. They need that. He can get into the backfield. They need that. He's got 26 tackles for loss in his career, 10 sacks. It's obvious that they needed something like this. That being said, he does have his limitations, and his size is a point of concern, similar to Nakobe Dean. So they're still showing still showing some of the Desmond Ridder stuff. We now have the Baltimore Ravens on the clock, round 3, pick 12. And I kind of want to go into what the Ravens have done here in this draft because it really is quite astounding when you look at not only this draft but this offseason. Their secondary, they had a problem and they fixed it. They got Kyle Hamilton in there now. They got Linderbaum to fix the center position. And, I mean, they also signed Marcus Williams at the safety spots. Now the safeties are looking at, I mean, they got Marcus Williams. They have Kyle Hamilton. They have Chuck Clark. They still have Marcus Peters and Marlon Humphrey at the corner spots. I could see them adding a slot, but man, this Baltimore team is just so well constructed, and it's so consistently well constructed. I absolutely love what they've done with the team and what they continue to do with the team. Looking at some of the guys still available that I think could be valuable, Bernard Raymond, the tackle out of Central Michigan, is one of my favorite guys available. Nakobe Dean, obviously still available. I'm seeing on Twitter that one of the reasons Nakobe Dean has fallen so far is he declined to have surgery on his shoulder. And he's looking at a possibility of a redshirt year because of a pec tear and a meniscus tear in his leg. So with that in mind, he may not play this season. And so I am reading that is why that is one of the reasons why Nakobe Dean is currently falling on people's boards. Austin Gale goes on to say, as Rap Sheet and Bree have reported, it's a laundry list of injuries, but the shoulder is the biggest concern. The pec injury is also a big reason. So there are multiple injuries. It's not like a David Ajala situation where there's just one. It seems to be multiple problems with Nakobe Dean. So there's always someone who falls down the list. I wouldn't be surprised to see a team like the Ravens pick him up, and then all of a sudden now here in a situation where they have they have multiple first round talents. Ajabo slipping to them obviously is because of his torn Achilles. He's not going to be here this year, but this is not necessarily a team that needs someone right away, especially with all of the depth and talent they have on their defense. There are a couple wide receivers that I still like on the board. I do like Bo Melton. There are a couple. I like Isaiah Likely, the tight end from Coastal Carolina. Looking through Jeremy Ruckert as well on the tight ends list. Not a big fan of Charlie Kohler from Iowa State. I understand that some people are. At this point in the draft, we are going to be getting to a spot where teams pick a couple obscure players here and there. The pick has been in for Baltimore, by the way, for about 5 minutes. They just have not announced it. I think they're trying to stretch this out because they realize this likely will not last till 11 p.m. with the speed that these teams are getting picks in. We are back. And by the way, this Baltimore Ravens team, it seems like they may have a lot to work on. I do want to add, however, that they had 4 losses by 2 points or less last season. It's a team that was, I know every game is different, but in each game we're talking about, the difference between the series, the season that they had, and add 4 wins, they win the division. It's a very different season for them. And I know that obviously you're looking at that team and you're like, well, if you don't go for it on those 2-point conversions all the time, that's not always going to be the case. I understand they got rid of Hollywood Brown, but he had a lot of drop passes and he wanted a lot of money. I think that move ultimately works for them. They got a first-round pick for him, which I didn't expect to be the case. I think that's kind of an overpay from Arizona's standpoint. So Baltimore continues, in my opinion, to make the right moves and smart moves. I think if they didn't already pick a defensive tackle, if they didn't already have a defensive tackle, I think Perion Winfrey would be a good way to go here. And they haven't actually picked one, so let's see what they do here.
How's everybody doing? We got some Ravens fans out there?
Josh Charles going to do a little spiel first.
All right, Flock, here we go. With the 76th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Travis Jones, defensive tackle, UConn.
So Travis Jones, the DT from UConn, goes. Not the defensive tackle I honestly expected. I hesitate to call picks misses from teams like Baltimore, teams like New England, teams with really, really good front offices, because at the end of the day, I am not as smart as these guys who are making these picks. But I do really have to wonder why a guy like Perion Winfrey gets passed over here for a guy like Travis Jones. It's not a – one second. It's not a huge problem with Travis Jones that I have. It's the fact that he didn't play the highest level of competition. He played at UConn. Didn't have the most fantastic stats in his career, 8.5 sacks, 19 tackles for loss. And when you're looking at like the difference between a guy like him and Perion Winfrey, I'm looking at the strength of schedule, I'm looking at the size, I'm looking at the athleticism, and I'm kind of wondering what Travis Jones has here that Perion Winfrey doesn't. I'm going to look up to see if something happened with Perion Winfrey, but the Colts pick is up.
22 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Bernard Ryman.
And there goes Bernard Ryman. I knew it could not be long before he comes off the board, and here he is to a team that loves developing offensive linemen. Quick little story about Bernard Ryman. Bernard Ryman played tight end at Central Michigan for the first year or two of his career. He only started playing offensive tackle in 2020. So to be where he is now is a testament to both his natural talent at the position, and more importantly, probably, is his incredible perseverance and ability to develop quickly. I mean, they're giving him an NFL comparison to Joe Staley right now. I think that's a bit ridiculous, but his athleticism, his ability to get out to the edge as a tackle, and his ability to his kind of mean streak, nasty streak, his ability to protect the blind side so consistently, that's going to be highly sought after by teams. And I think this is a great move by Indy. I think this is a guy who, if he had played tackle for his entire college career, may end up being a first round talent, first round pick. As a result of him not, they get him in the third round. They got Alec Pierce in round 2, and Jelani Woods and Bernard Raymond here in round 3, as the Colts are trying to round out their day 2 selections. I think that's actually a very good day 2 for them, all things considered. Looking at what they needed a wide receiver, needed a tight end, needed some offensive tackle help. They got all 3. And I don't believe they have any more picks, so that might do it for them. But honestly, if I'm in the Colts draft room today with the limited amount of picks and resources that they had, I think they did a fantastic job. And I think that I once again think that would have been a good spot. But at the same, it would have been a good spot for Perion Winfrey. But at this point, it's kind of like every spot's a good spot for Perion Winfrey. Because at this, I just don't know why he wouldn't have gotten picked by this point. We have the Browns pick coming out live as we are at pick 14 in the third round.
Dog check. All right. So if you're one of the millions of football fans out there rushing to search, who is this small in stature but devilishly handsome man I've never heard of? I'm going to save you some time and instead tell you to search NFL Pro Era, the first NFL virtual reality video game ever by Status Pro in the NFL and coming to VR this fall.
They're announcing an NFL VR game.
And welcome to the future of the land, Brownies.
Andrew Hawkins previewing a new virtual reality game was not on my NFL draft bingo card.
22 NFL draft, the Cleveland Browns select Alex Wright, defensive end, UAB.
So Alex Wright, the DE from UAB, said that a couple times fast, goes off the board to Cleveland at 78. Second all-team Conference USA, linebacker / edge rusher. He's 6'5", 270, so really a mix when you talk about the prototypical size and length and speed. He is used mostly as an edge rusher, and his stats do reflect that: 91 tackles, 19 tackles for loss, 11.5 sacks in his career. Really good at making a beeline at the ball carrier, not as good at dropping back into zone. I think that's going to be one of his biggest issues and one of his biggest concerns, is being able to play the other side of that linebacker role. That's not just rushing the passer, crashing the run, being physically aware of the people in the space around you, as well as reading the quarterback's eyes. So that's something that I think Alex Wright needs to work on. But at the third round selection, I think it's a good spot for him to go to Cleveland. They do have that lingering question about Jadeveon Clowney, and there are a couple worries about the depth of their linebacking core. So I listed him as a DN, but he's also able to play linebacker, and I think that's a good spot for him to go. Round 3, pick 15. The pick is in for the Los Angeles Chargers, but I think they're going to commercial before they read it. So we get the pleasure of stalling for time again while I wait for the Los Angeles Chargers to make their pick. While they do that, I kind of want to go over what the New York Giants have done in this draft as we approach their pick, another one of their picks at 81. I've spoken about this with a couple people and on this show already, but I think it's very, very interesting, not only what the entire NFC East is doing and what the entire league is doing with their whole focus on need-based drafting more so than best player available right now, with the exception of teams like the Ravens, who always go best player available. The Giants really, I mean, this is the first test for a new front office. And when you talk about regime changes, there are a couple other organizations we can also talk about. Excuse me. But the Giants have experienced probably one of, if not the biggest overhaul this offseason. I mean, maybe you could argue the Jaguars, but they've gone through this a couple of times. The Giants finally fired their GM, who everyone's been clamoring to get fired for years. Gettleman has not been in the right age for God knows how long now. They fired coaches top to bottom, head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, all the special teams coach, cleaned house. Got a whole new staff starting from the GM, Joe Shane, Brian Dable, Wink Martindale, and Dable's going to be running the offense, but Mike Kafka from the Chiefs is also coming over to be the offensive coordinator. New line coaches, new defensive coaches, new everything. So this was their first test. And the Giants did not really make any trades previous to the draft, nor did they make any big signings or any notions that they were going to do anything. So no one's really heard about what Joe Shane's plan is, except for to get the Giants out of cap hell by getting rid of Barkley and Bradbury, which is obviously not something that fans want to hear unless there's a contingency plan for how they're going to fix that. This has been the biggest test for Joe Shane and the New York Giants, and they passed with flying colors so far. Looking at who they've taken, I mean, they started out with Thibodeau and Neal. They've just picked a guard in the second round, who I think I want to make sure I pronounce his name right. So let me make sure I get the pronunciation. Joshua Ezeudu, I believe is how you say his name. But they've also selected Wan'Dale Robinson. And now Wan'Dale Robinson is a questionable pick. I understand. People need to understand how explosive he was at Kentucky. I also think it means that people need to understand that I think Kadarius Toney is pretty much as good as gone because they are very similar style players. But moving on from that, the first round is really where I want to focus for them. And obviously the guard position is a place they need to bulk up with their whole offensive line really being their problem. So I don't have a problem with Joshua Ezeudu. I definitely don't have a problem with Evan Neal and Kayvon Thibodeau. As Rashad said, you could argue that those are two of the best players in their positions in Thibodeau and Neal. So without further ado, the Chargers are back, and we are talking about the 79th overall pick. Austin Eckler is announcing the pick.
With the 79th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select J.T. Woods, defensive back, Baylor.
J.T. Woods, the safety from Baylor, off the board for the Chargers. Now, I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel about this pick. I didn't have J.T. Woods graded very highly. He has obviously very, very good prototypical size. He's 6'2". He's about 200 pounds. And he's got a really exciting skill set. He can rush the passer, and he's really good at high pointing the football. He had the most interceptions in all of the FBS last year. My problem with him comes with, I think he tries to read the play a little too quickly sometimes. He tries to read it too early, and as a result, he puts himself in a precarious position. Sometimes he also isn't really as good when it comes to reading, developing plays, and staying with receivers long term throughout a play if the quarterback stretches it. With that being said, he is a very good big play receiver. Big play safety. And Derwin James keeps getting hurt. I know that's not something that Chargers fans like to hear, but at a certain point, you have to also plan for the other side of the defense, and you have to plan for if he might not be there all the time. So without further ado, we now have the Broncos making the 80th pick.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Greg Dulcich, tight end, UCLA.
Well, you love these stories. He began his time with the Bruins as a walk-on.
So Greg Dulcich goes to the Denver Broncos, the tight end, as they go into the post-Noah Fant era. Interesting pick here. I would have gone with Ruckert. or one of the other guys. I'm not a huge fan of Dulcich, but I understand why they did it. We are in this age of where tight ends are not just tight ends, they're also wide receivers. And so Dulcich is one of those guys that provides that unique versatility that allows him to both be an athletic threat and a physical presence in the box as a run protector and as a pass catcher. Dulcich had 725 receiving yards, which I think led all tight ends in the FBS. He's capable of making plays and extending them into longer and more explosive types of styles. He had this is the stat I was looking for. He averaged 17.3 yards per reception. And I think that really speaks to kind of the explosiveness that he likes to go to. We are rolling through now. The Giants here pick 81.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Cordell Flott, defensive back, LSU. There you go.
The Giants with an interesting selection there. Cordell Flott, the corner from LSU. Not the most highly taught prospect by any means, and another guy that's, I wouldn't say undersized, but not really. He's a wiry frame, 6 feet tall, 175, very skinny, very thin, but also very quick and a very passionate player. You can see it in the tape that they show. Last year, he had 40 tackles, only 1 pick, 3 passes defended. Definitely a guy that plays better after the catch as a defender and better at limiting what players get rather than stopping them from getting anything at all. So obviously that kind of takes the guy's marketability down. But he does have the potential to make big stops and read the quarterback's eyes well. He's good at dropping back with a receiver and staying in between the quarterback and the receiver, staying in between the ball and the receiver, which is obviously an important thing for a guy to do. I think it's definitely a positional need. The Giants needed to pick a corner at some point. I don't know if that was the guy to go with, but that is the guy they chose. The Falcons picking now at 82.
With the 82nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select D'Angelo Malone, linebacker, Western Kentucky.
D'Angelo Malone, the linebacker out of Western Kentucky, goes to the Atlanta Falcons, who are having a very interesting draft. I got to say, I am not trying to critique the Atlanta Falcons at all, but it seems like they're trying to go for a more out-of-the-box approach. I do like D'Angelo Malone, 3-time first team all Conference USA, 6'3", 250 pounds. Definitely more of an edge rusher than a stay-back linebacker, and I don't necessarily know how that fits with Atlanta's scheme. I do like them getting a stand-up pass rusher if that's what they intend to use him as. He has 34 sacks in his career at Western Kentucky. That's the school record. He's got very good quickness on his feet. He's good at getting around slower, more oversized offensive linemen, so that might be a problem for the bigger guys on the other side. But at the same time, he does have, because of his size, when he goes up against athletic tackles, he struggles to make moves around them. He doesn't necessarily have that many. He doesn't have a multiplicity of pass rushing moves that makes him that effective throughout a full game. He more has spurts of excitement. So that's something that teams that he's going to have to work on with the Atlanta Falcons as he progresses. We are now going into another commercial break. So let's give a check across other sports. See what's going on in the Minnesota Timberwolves Grizzlies game, 52-49 Minnesota. We have Minnesota, which is why I'm checking for it. Across baseball, nothing really big going on. And we are now, I believe, in the last, I don't know how many compensatory picks there are, but there are still a couple guys I think should get drafted. Perrion Winfrey is someone I've also been talking about, obviously. Dylan Parham, the guard from Memphis, I think he's got a great story, and I think he's also a pretty solid player. Myjai Sanders from Cincy, good edge rusher, and edge rushers are in high demand here. I fully expect him gone by the end of the third round. The Philadelphia Eagles currently on the clock. Guys, if you were not here earlier, I spoke to True Eagle, a.k.a. Rashad, about his new show, the NFC East broadcast that they got going on over there, and about how he felt about the Philadelphia Eagles. Got a lot of interesting takes there, and I do always love talking to Rashad. Give him a follow at @true_Eagle. Really a big fan of his, and really been a friend to us since we really got on Twitter and since our podcast really took off. So he was a big help in starting that in the genesis. So really big help to him. But really big thank you to him there for helping us out. We are now at I wouldn't say the tail end, but we are drawing towards the close of this production. So I just want to say one more time, as you see going across the bottom of the screen, if you want to win a $25 gift card, comment your favorite team and whether or not you liked the pick or picks that they've made. BCMG will be giving out one $25 gift card on this show to anyone that does so. I'll spin your name on a random wheel. We will give out a $25 gift card. That's for anyone who comments their favorite team and if they are happy with or not happy with what their team did during this draft. We are trying to get back to the viewers here. We are now in hour 3.5 of our draft stream, and we are nearly at the end of the third round at the end of day 2. We also want to let you know that we will be hosting draft day 3 tomorrow, although that will likely mostly be Job. I have rightfully earned myself a little bit of time off, but don't get me wrong, I will still be watching the draft, and I will still be doing some tweeting and reporting. The big story currently as we return to the broadcast is that Malik Willis and Matt Corral are still on the board, as are Nakobe Dean, Channing Tindall, and Perrion Winfrey. I do expect Perrion Winfrey, Tindall, and maybe Malik Willis to go by the end of this round, although I'm not necessarily sure if Willis will go. The Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock, and John Dorenbos, the two-time Pro Bowler, is making the pick. Round 3, pick 19.
With the 83rd pick, the 2022 NFL Draft. The number 1 team in sports with the greatest fans in the world.
Not so sure about that.
The Philadelphia Eagles are happy, you know it, are happy to select a linebacker from Georgia, Nakobe Dean.
And there he goes.
Eagle, and you are going to love every second of it. Congratulations, my man. Welcome to
Nakobe Dean finally can end his nightmare scenario. The guy who a lot of people consider to be a first-round talent who would either go late day 1 or early day 2. It takes him until one of the last 15 to 20 picks of day 2 for him to be taken, and he ends up in Philadelphia on a defense that has been stacking themselves in this draft. He won the Butkus Award this year. He was one of, if not the best linebackers in the nation. He was first team all SEC. Big concerns with Nakobe Dean, as we've talked about. His size. He is 5'11" and 230 pounds. Not necessarily the prototypical size or stature for a linebacker, especially at the NFL level. That, in addition to the fact that he was surrounded by 5 first-round defensive teammates in Georgia, probably gave some people some pause. And finally, most importantly, what we have learned over the course of today is that Nakobe Dean has not only 1, not just 2, but 3 separate major injuries that will likely hold him out of this season. So this is a pick for the future, which I know Rashad is definitely not happy about, because he said he does not like taking picks that are not for this year but next year. But Dean is definitely someone that cannot play this year. He has a torn pec. I think he also has a torn meniscus and a shoulder issue. So there's a lot of baggage that comes with Nakobe Dean, but he was a unanimous first-team All-American. He did win the Butkus Award, and he was a Werfel Trophy finalist. There's a lot of talent to go off of here with Nakobe Dean, and there was only so far that he would fall. I did not think that he would fall past the first round or the second round, let alone get down to pick 83 here late in day 2. But that is one of the biggest parts of the draft, is the people that fall, the people that rise. We saw Cole Strange picked in the first round, and now we see Nakobe Dean falling to 83. His slide finally ends in Philadelphia. We now have a second Pennsylvania team on the clock, one that has made a controversial pick of their own. Kenny Pickett's new team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, are on the clock with the 20th pick in the third round, pick number 84. The pick is in, and I do wonder if this goes back to the offensive line. They were 31st in pass block win rate this year, 30th in run block win rate. Najee Harris averaged 3.7 yards a carry, I believe. That being said, their defense was also not great against the run, so they have some places to work on the trenches. I'd expect it to be there.
Fourth pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select DeMarvin Leal, defensive end, Texas A&M.
So that's unfortunate that his name was mispronounced on draft day, and I do feel bad. But DeMarcus Leal, not Leal, is picked in the third round, and DeMarvin. You know what? I'm sorry. I just mispronounced his name after criticizing someone else for doing so. That is completely unacceptable. But DeMarvin Leal, as we move forward, defensive tackle / defensive end, coming out of Texas A&M, someone who has been regarded as one of the top prospects for a long time now. Hendricks Award finalist this year, first team All SEC, pretty much consensus. Has some injury history and a little bit of a size issue, I think, when it comes to how he would match up against NFL offensive linemen. But last year he did have 8.5 sacks, fifth in the SEC. He has great pass rushing potential. A little bit, I don't want to say lacking, but he does only have a couple moves when it comes to his pass rushing ability. It just happens to work for him, so he's going to have to develop more at that next level. But DeMarvin Leal is officially a Pittsburgh Steeler. They add to their class of Kenny Pickett and George Pickens, and it's going to be a very interesting year in Pittsburgh. Something very different than what they're traditionally used to. So we get to pick 21 now, as the New England Patriots are here. Pick 85, but pick number 21 in the third round.
What's up, Las Vegas? I'm announcing for the Patriots
Donny Osmond on the announcement.
with the 85th pick in the 2022 NFL
I don't know how to
Draft.
really do this. Just, you guys can hear.
The New England Patriots select Marcus Jones, defensive back, Houston.
Marcus Jones, the corner from Houston, off the board at pick 85. First team AP All-American. Marcus Jones, to be completely honest, don't have too much film on him. I'm going to go off of what I can read here. 5'8", 174. He was first team All-AAC as a returner, and it seems that is what he's being drafted as here. Why am I surprised? It's by the New England Patriots. So, of course, there's an ulterior motive here. Marcus Jones transferred from Troy to Houston in 2019. He has been a big help on the defensive end. He has good hops. I'm seeing him in this tape get absolutely up against some much taller offensive players, including Alec Pierce, who I saw him mosh just now. So he clearly has the jumping ability. He's able to track receivers across the field. I think a lot of the worry comes from his size and, what is he realistically going to be able to bring to a team as a number corner? Like, what is he really going to be? But this is a Bill Belichick-led team, so Bill Belichick can always find someone, a way to fit someone in. And he did have 17 passes defended last year, tied for the most in all of FBS. So I have to give credit where credit's due there to Marcus Jones. We are taking a break here in the third round. We are at the 86th pick with the Tennessee Titans. And the Tennessee Titans are a team I do want to briefly discuss because we are going to see a much, much different team than the team we saw last year. Obviously, no Julio Jones, but now you have no A.J. Brown either. The identity of this team is going to completely change. And I know the identity is Derrick Henry, and that's not going to change. But, I mean, we're going to see a whole new side of Ryan Tannehill. We're going to really see what Mike Vrabel is made of from a coaching standpoint. And we're going to really see if the Colts are for real. And I say that because they are never going to have a better chance at taking the AFC South easily. I mean, obviously the Jaguars are not ready. Obviously the Texans are not ready. The Titans and Colts have been battling this out for years now. And it seems as though the Titans are seeding this, at least to this year, to the Colts. Now, I know that they aren't lost to this, and they have Treylon Burks. They also signed Robert Woods. It's not like they have no receivers, but it's definitely going to be a different outlook. And when you look at how they won some of these games, really relying on A.J. Brown and some down the field plays, especially in the game against San Francisco, especially in a couple of the late games. And the fact that they got 9 sacks in a game and were not able to capitalize and win the playoff game, it makes me wonder if the team is going downwards in my direction. Not even that much, but if they're not trending upwards, then what's the real future for this team this season? What does Mike Vrabel really expect? And I know obviously you expect greatness every year, yada yada yada. But actually, if you are a Titans fan, let me know what you think. Comment, give me a note. What is the expectation for this year? Because I'm a Titans fan. If I am a Titans fan, I have no idea what the team is expecting. Are we expecting to be a team with a top 15 pick? Or are we trying to compete for a division again? You know? Wow. Okay. The Mets just threw a combined no-hitter, so I know that's not football news, but that's pretty shocking and spectacular. So good for them. Don't really have much else to say on that. Good for them. We are now back and live in Las Vegas for the draft. I'm glad that they can finally move through as we now get to the tail end here of this third round. Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Sam Howell, all still on the board. Pick 86 for Tennessee. Ryan Tannehill could be running out his last years, and if they're looking for a future to change, this could be it.
Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 86th pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 86th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Malik Willis, quarterback, Liberty.
What did I tell ya? See, now I can act like I'm a genius because I called one pick right live. Isn't that what we're allowed to do, right? Malik Willis to Tennessee. The dry spell for Malik Willis finally ends. You can see on the draft broadcast that he is visibly shaken. This has been an absolutely terrible process for him in terms of sitting in the green room. You know, you have a guy like Aaron Rodgers sit in the green room. I understand for the full first round, that's terrible. How about a guy like Malik Willis who could have gone anywhere as high as 6, waiting till 86 to be selected? An absolute horror show for Malik Willis, and something that I'm sure he will keep in the back of his mind as he works through his NFL career and remembers every team that passed over him. Malik Willis, 6 feet tall, just about 6'1", 220 pounds. Really one of the biggest boomer bust quarterbacks in this draft, especially when you talk about guys who have an incredibly high ceiling but also a very low floor. Malik Willis makes some throws that makes you go, wow, this is a first-round guy, and a couple other plays that makes you say, absolutely, what is this guy thinking? He knows exactly how talented he is, and that's a good thing and a bad thing, because sometimes he tries to do way too much, throws off the back foot, throws across the field. Definitely a volatile prospect and someone that needs to be coached very, very strictly. Mike Vrabel is the perfect guy to do that. I do question, I don't know who exactly their quarterbacks coach is, but I'm not like saying that is a bad thing. I just don't know who it is. Malik Willis now crying at his draft party. I mean, you can just tell how emotional this has been for him. And he is the first quarterback ever selected out of Liberty University. So a little historical monument for him there as well. Malik Willis has made history. He is now officially an NFL quarterback. And I did expect him to come off the board before this third round ended, and I'm very glad that he does not have to wait another 24 hours to hear his name called, because, boy, would that have been just a terrible shot to his ego and his motivation. He's looking at the camera now saying, I'm going to make y'all remember me. I can tell Malik Willis is absolutely infuriated that it's taken him to this point. But he is now on the phone with his coaches. He's still crying. I mean, you got to feel for the guy, but also he's still achieved his dream. He is now in the NFL, for better or for worse. And I can't wait, frankly, to see what he does. The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, and their pick is in.
I'm joined from representatives from the National Gay Football League, a great partner of the NFL, the Cardinals, and several other clubs. The Gay Football League fosters understanding, self-respect through their athletes' passion for the game of football. Joel Horton, who plays for the Arizona Arsenal, will be making the pick. Joel, it's all yours, man. Thanks, Roger. With the 87th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Cameron Thomas, defensive end, San Diego State.
So the Arizona Cardinals go for a pick that I think actually works very well for them. Cameron Thomas, San Diego State defensive end, second team AP All-American. A pretty special talent when you look at the pure numbers and the pure metrics. 6'4.5", 267 pounds, Mountain West Defensive Player of the Year. A little bit on the lighter side when you're looking at defensive ends, but when you're also looking at the modern defensive end, they seem to be getting lighter. 11.5 sacks in the year, 8.5. Tied for 8th in the FBS. So very good there. No worries on the pass rushing front. I think he does have a little bit of concern of his identity. Is he a 3 tech? Is he a no tech? Is he a 1 tech? Is he a stand-up guy? Is he a burst guy? Is he a power rush guy, a bull rush guy? I don't think he necessarily knows who he is there, so I think there's some cause for not necessarily concern, but for improvement. But Cameron Thomas joins Trey McBride as the only 2 Arizona Cardinal picks currently. The Dallas Cowboys with pick number 88 are on the clock, and their pick is in. They have a lot to replace. They lost Amari Cooper, Randy Gregory, La'el Collins, and Connor Williams. One guy to help them fix that is the guy walking out on stage right now, Emmitt Smith. I'll let you hear the ovation for yourself.
Don't be hating on our Cowboys. With the 88th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver from South Alabama, baby.
Interesting pick. Interesting pick for the Dallas Cowboys at pick number 88. Jalen Tolbert, the wide receiver from South Alabama. If I remember correctly, yeah, he's got a school record of 3,140 career yards. He was the Sun Belt Offensive Player of the Year. If I remember, he's not the biggest guy. Oh, okay, never mind. He's 6'1" and 194 pounds. So I am thinking of someone else. 2-time first team All Sun Belt. Pretty good at getting off the press coverage. I'd say that's one of his biggest advantages. He's got a pretty good release. Tends to slow down throughout his routes, which for me was like one of the biggest turnoffs, is his inability to keep a consistent speed throughout the route. But he does have very sure hands for someone drafted at this spot. He does have a good ability of getting to his spot in time and making a play on the ball, high jump, high pointing the ball at its best point versus a corner jumping at his highest point. There are definitely concerns to work on there with the speed and with the breakaway speed in particular. I think he's going to have trouble getting away from defenders. But with the 88th pick in the NFL Draft, the 24th pick in the 3rd round, the Dallas Cowboys have selected Jalen Tolbert. Jerry Jones in his little Death Star looking war room, giving himself and Mike McCarthy a round of applause as Bills Mafia prepares to make pick number 89.
Good evening, Las Vegas. Good evening, my brothers and sisters on the NFL
Kyle
Network.
Brandt.
And good evening, Western New York. I find it perfect that the Bills are drafting in this city of luck, of chance, because you all know, and I know, the only thing in this world that can stop Josh Allen is the flip of a coin. So, Mafia, mount up.
Really going hard here.
Every other fan base, listen up. Chiefs fans, Raiders fans, Bengals fans. In my hands, I hold the most important pick of this entire round. Because this pick is the only pick who will win the Super Bowl in his rookie year. With the 89th pick of the 2022 NFL Draft,
the Super Bowl 57 champion Buffalo Bills select my man, Terrell Bernard, linebacker, Baylor. Wow!
I love Kyle Brandt, and that was a great announcement. So, Baylor Bears linebacker Terrell Bernard goes to the Buffalo Bills, first team All Big 12 in 2021. He has got a lot of skills and a decent amount of size, about 6'1", 225 pounds. Great ball skills when it comes to reading the game. I'm starting to be completely honest with you. I don't know all too much about him, but I will say this. 2019 and 2020 second team All Big 12, 103 tackles last year. That's a linebacker that knows how to get to the ball. I don't know too much about his speed. I don't know too much about his ability to read the quarterback, but from what I'm seeing on his tape, it looks like he has pretty good eyes. I don't know what his pitfalls are, but it looks to me that it might be a speed issue. So, the Bills have Kyer Elam, James Cook, and Terrell Bernard, two of their picks spent on their defense, which does make sense, seeing as their offense is pretty set up right now, and they did fix up their running back spot. The Raiders are on the clock with Devontae Adams, Chandler Jones as their new additions, and they need some help on defense. They had 6 picks last year, the fewest of any team. All right, I'm just adding Terrell Bernard. Picks are going by just as fast as I can possibly write them down, people. Let me check to see if anyone's left any comments about what their favorite team has done to win a free $25. I repeat, a free $25 on a $25 gift card given out by our friends here at BCMG, our media group. Once again, guys, BCMG Blue Collar Media Group is giving out a $25 gift card to anyone who comments their favorite team and what they think about their favorite team's draft pick so far this season. That offer only will last until the end of round 3, which is coming up. So get those favorite teams and favorite picks in, and we'll give you the money. Swear there's no catch. The Oakland Raiders on the clock now, round 3, pick 26, pick number 90 overall.
In keeping with the tradition of the late, great Willie Brown, I want to wish all the mothers across the land a happy Mother's Day. And to make this selection the greatest in Las Vegas, Mr. Wayne Newton. Hello, Vegas! With the 90th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select, we'll do it together, Dylan Parham from Mississippi.
Nope. Dylan Parham from Memphis, not from Mississippi. A little trouble there on the broadcast. But Dylan Parham, guard from Memphis, someone I've actually been waiting to get drafted because I do want to talk a little bit about him and kind of the interesting character that he is. First of all, obviously, great player from Memphis, 6'2.5", just about 311 pounds. First team All AAC last year. Interesting thing about Dylan Parham, he said his dream job, not if he wasn't playing football, but his actual dream job, to be a physical therapist. So I can only hope that Dylan Parham knows how to take care of his body and can help his teammates take care of theirs. He did not allow a single sack last year. For those of you who watched the Raiders this year, you know why that's incredibly valuable for them. Because the guy they drafted to do that for them last time, who they tried moving to guard because it wasn't working well at tackle, was Alex Leatherwood. So I'm assuming that Parham is going to be a much more consistent spot there. And I don't know necessarily what that means for Alex Leatherwood, who didn't necessarily have too much time to develop, to be fair. But regardless, that is what the Las Vegas Raiders have decided to do. So Dylan Parham now joins the Las Vegas Raiders offensive line that they're steadily trying to rebuild. And we move on to Tampa Bay, pick number 91 in this NFL draft in 2022. As we look to close out this third round, I do want to thank a couple people. I want to thank everyone that jumped on the show so far. Thanks to our friends at Sharp Rank. Thank you to our friends at BCMG for letting us host. And for everyone that's jumped on, for everyone that's viewed, for everyone that's listened, thank you very much. I do want to say, I hate to harp on it so much. I just can't understand how Perion Winfrey's still on the board. And I can't imagine he stays on until the end of this first round. I think Calvin Austin III is another guy I could see getting drafted. Mihai Sanders from Cincinnati, Leo Chanel, from Wisconsin, Khalil Shakir from Boise State. Just a bunch of a couple really good prospects that I could see going before this draft concludes. We have, I think, 5 or 6 compensatory picks after the third round ends that we will, of course, be going over as well. It's important to note that the Buccaneers have added a couple new pieces, particularly Shaq Mason and Logan Ryan. They lost Ali Marpet, Alex Kappa, Jordan Whitehead, so Logan Ryan replaces Whitehead. One of the guards gets replaced by the guy I literally just said, Shaq Mason. So now they are looking for another guard, but they are also looking for a tight end. So I would imagine that plays into it. I also would be interested to see when the next quarterbacks go. Sam Howell is obviously still on the board. Carson Strong is obviously still on the board. And Bailey Zapp is someone who I've been very interested in. When is the team going to take a chance on Bailey Zapp? Isaiah Spiller, Ty Chandler from UNC, or just Ty Chandler, sorry. Also very interested to see if they end up going in the first round tonight. Bo Melton from Rutgers, wide receiver. David Bell, wide receiver from Purdue. 2 guys who I'm also very interested to see if they end up getting taken. Isaiah Likely and Jeremy Ruckert. I think one of them ends up going here as a tight end pick because I don't think Gronk is coming back. And I think that's a great spot for one of them to go right here. I don't see any of the other tight ends really getting picked by the end of this round. I don't see more than 2 tight ends being picked in the next 5 or 10 picks. Although I do see one going here to Tampa Bay. So as we wind down our show, I do want to see if these guys end up getting taken or if they're going to have to wait at least another 12 hours or however long it is until the next round starts for them to hear their names called. We are back, and that is something that we heard from someone else on Tampa Bay. Tom Brady returned this offseason, and I mean, it changes the entire dynamic of this Tampa Bay team. They were looking at having to start Kyle Trask. Instead, now they are looking at picking up other positions. Their pick is in, and we are going to hear it live now. Pick number 91.
2022 NFL Draft. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Rachaad White, running back, Arizona State.
I stand corrected. This is not a pick I expected at all. Rachaad White, running back from Arizona State, and to a lot of people, not the best running back currently on the board. It's also very interesting because this is the same team that drafted Keyshawn Vaughn a year or 2 ago and used him pretty decently, especially when Fournette was injured this year. Rachaad White, 6 feet tall, about 215 pounds. Definitely a cutback kind of guy. Last year he had 1,420 yards on the ground. Caught the ball for the tune of 607 receiving yards, 22 total touchdowns. We're talking about a guy with a lot of elite athleticism. He likes to hurdle. He likes to get to the outside and make cuts to make people miss. He's not really the big downhill runner. You're going to find I don't think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are looking for that guy with the breakout speed. They're looking for the power runner who likes to go through people. And I guess that's why they go for White here over a guy like Tyler Alligator, who's much smaller and more finesse. So Rachaad White goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at pick number 91. Pick number 92, we have the Green Bay Packers.
With the 92nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Sean Ryan, tackle from UCLA. Go Packers!
Sean Ryan, the guard from UCLA, gets his name announced by Sheck West. Also did not have that on my bingo card for this year's draft, but Sean Ryan, the guard, big body, 6'4.5", about 320 pounds. I mean, I don't know what else to say about the guy besides the fact that he has succeeded everywhere he's gone. Freshman year, All-American, All Pac-12 last year. Absolutely been a force on a lot of different pass rushers and run stuffers who have been some of the best names taken in this NFL draft, who continue to get stymied by him, including Kayvon Thibodeau. Also, one of the best mustaches in the draft. He's got that little handlebar curl up. His father, Steve, is a professional motocross driver or rider, depending on how you like to look at it. So a lot of extreme sports in the family for Sean Ryan, and he ends up in Tampa Bay. We now have San Francisco making a pick here at number 93.
They took Drake Jackson out of USC, and now here they are to select in round 3.
Who is this? Dr. Disrespect, the streamer. Okay. That's interesting.
2022 to NFL draft. The San Francisco 49ers select Tyrion Davis-Price, running back, LSU.
Another running back goes to Kyle Shanahan. That one was on my bingo card, as it is every single year. Kyle Shanahan gets another new running back to play with, and this is the running back out of LSU, about 6 feet tall and a half, 210 pounds. Davis-Price has a very unique kind of skill set. I wouldn't compare him to Le'Veon Bell, but he does have a very downhill running style after he makes the first cut, which is somewhat similar because he does love to wait around for that hole to open. You'll notice him stand in the backfield for a little longer than most, but once he finds the hole, he hits it very, very hard. In his career, he's got 379 rushes for 1,745 yards, 15 touchdowns. Got some downhill speed, really likes to book it up the middle, which is exactly the kind of guy that Kyle Shanahan likes to have on his roster and in his backfield. Yet another name to add to the endless Ferris wheel of running backs that end up in San Francisco. And I'm sure he's going to end up being ridiculously good because that's how it always worked with Kyle Shanahan's system. We now have number 94, I almost said Charlotte, Carolina on the clock, and we are going into what I believe should be the last commercial break of this draft night tonight. We are entering pick 30 here of the third round, aka pick number 94. The Carolina Panthers sitting at the 5th worst record in the league over the last few years at 10-23. Still need a quarterback there, and I'm wondering if this is where Sam Howell goes off the board. Not necessarily because he's the best guy here, but because I have seen a theme of quarterbacks sticking to where they came from, and Sam Howell coming out of North Carolina would be staying home if he was to go to the Carolina Panthers. I don't think he's necessarily the most refined prospect. He definitely has some of the best footwork in the draft. He's able to work his way around the pocket, create extra time and space for himself, and he has a rocket for an arm. He does have a little bit of trouble going through his reads, a lot of accuracy issues, a lot of sidearm delivery issues that need to be fixed as fundamentals before he can touch the field. So obviously, you might have to bridge him for a year. But I think Sam Howell could be the pick here, and if he's not, I think it will be a quarterback. That is my prediction. I can't expect Carolina to continue on without one for this long. And with Malik Willis going pretty recently, I don't know if Carolina wants to risk not getting whatever quarterback they see as their guy. Unless it's Bailey Zapp, you have to be concerned now that at the next pick that you have, Matt Corral or Sam Howell may not be available, and that's something that you're going to have to deal with. So I think that's definitely something to keep an eye out for, especially as we're looking at the run of quarterbacks that may come at any point, which we have not seen so far. And I think with Malik Willis kind of starts that cascade of now we know that these guys are going off the board. Let's see how fast they really fall. My guess would be that Carolina takes one here, and my guess would be that it's Sam Howell. I'm not saying I like or dislike the pick, but I think that's what it will be. I think it's too late to trade for Baker. I know he's not necessarily worth a high value round draft pick, but you could still also draft one and have him work under Baker. I was talking about this a lot earlier tonight in the show and yesterday on the Butthole show that you could still draft a quarterback and then have Baker bridge him. You don't necessarily have to make Baker the long-term starter, or you don't have to make a rookie the starter right away. There's no pressure to do that. That's only something that you put pressure on yourself to do as an organization, which I think Matt Rule might do to try to get himself another year. Say, I just drafted this guy. I want to see him develop to next year. Give me another year. Because right now, I think Matt Rule is clearly on the hot seat, and that would be a way for him to get himself off of it, which is why I thought Malik Willis would be the first pick for them. They decided to go with Icky and Conwu, which I think was a smarter pick. We'll see what they do here.
The New England Patriots have traded the 94th pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 94th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Matt Corral, quarterback.
So, I was wrong on the name, right on the position. Matt Corral, I guess, ends his what I would not really call it slide. At the Carolina Panthers, round 3, pick 30, pick number 94, Matt Corral finally gets chosen. A guy that may have had a first-round talent on him, written on him before tearing his ACL in that crucial game against, I believe it was Baylor. Really unfortunate to see that happen, and I do hope that he comes back stronger and better than ever, but I do have a lot of concerns. He's a guy that really likes to rely on his legs, and to have that happen to him at this age is concerning to see how he would develop his arm during that process. He makes a lot of questionable – he doesn't necessarily use his arm strength properly, underthrowing a lot of balls, overthrowing a lot of other ones, even though he has the potential to throw them properly, so he's going to have to work on that. He really does he chooses to duck and run pretty quickly, and it's something that he's going to have to work his way out of doing at the professional level, because you don't have to duck and run instantly on every play. It's not that kind of environment, and I think he's going to have to learn that. But that being said, we have now 4 quarterbacks picked in the NFL draft, 3 of them in the last 20 picks. Desmond Ridder to the Falcons, Malik Willis to the Tennessee Titans, Matt Corral to the Carolina Panthers. I have to think Sam Howell is coming up next and soon. Maybe Detroit at 97 would be the spot for him. So that's probably the next spot I see a quarterback going. We have Matt Corral here at 94. And I think that's honestly a good spot for him. That's where I would have had him graded. I had him at around a 3rd round grade, just as I did for Desmond Ridder. I also had a late second on Pickett and mid-second on Willis. So not all hits, not all misses either. Cincinnati is on the clock and seem to be taking a second with their pick for some reason. Maybe they're trying to trade it. But maybe it's because there's a band on stage. Man, I don't know what's going on with this draft anymore. They're kind of really just throwing it to the wind and saying, whatever happens, happens. I respect it. It's Las Vegas. Things have to happen to make it interesting. And there's a band on the corner of the stage. Okay, that's how they're doing this. It's like, did they just move all this stuff out onto the stage just to do this? The pick is now in for Cincinnati. So hopefully we will see where they go here.
In the league with fewer than 20 touchdown passes each of the last 3 years. So they needed the quarterback help. The Bengals with the second to last pick in round 3.
With the 95th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Zachary Carter, defensive tackle, Florida.
They wore the number 6 for the Gators.
Interesting pick here for the Cincinnati Bengals as they attempt to bolster this defensive line. Zachary Carter, 6'4", 280-pound defensive tackle, 31 tackles last year, 11.5 tackles for loss, and 7.5 sacks. One of the forces of this Florida defense that kind of had a bunch of defensive talents, as we've seen with Kyrie Elam going off the board in the very first round, but yet never really put it together, and I think a lot of it had to do with coaching. In his career, he's got 102 tackles, 26 tackles for loss, and 17 sacks. He is obviously an experienced pass rusher and pretty good at stuffing the defensive line. I'm not entirely sure, I have to look up on this, but I think there are disciplinary issues that come into play with him because he is a pretty stellar talent, and I do remember seeing a lot about him earlier in the season. I don't know what happened to drop him down people's boards, but regardless, he is now pick number 95 in the NFL draft, and the Colts are picking at number 96. I believe, I hope they don't cut away for another commercial. They are not. We are going to get their pick right now.
The Denver Broncos have traded the 96th pick to the Indianapolis Colts. With the 96th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Nick Cross, defensive back, Maryland.
Well, it's after 3 picks on the offensive side. They go defense here, Lewis.
So, yeah, they kind of took what I was going to say there. But Colts finally make a defensive pick. They've been bolstering up the offensive side, and particularly the line and some other spots for the first couple rounds. But they finally go with Nick Cross, the safety from UMD, 6 feet tall, about 210, 212 pounds. A pretty good quarterback when it comes to leading the defense and great at seeking out where the ball is going before it gets there. Good at meeting people at their spots. 66 tackles, 3 picks on a year that he kind of did not get a lot of great experience with a defense that was frankly in shambles at UMD. In his career, though, 5 picks, 10 passes defended, 134 tackles. He has shown the ability to read the quarterback and be a ball hawk when he needs to be. He's also able to step up in the box and lay the boom on the quarterback. I think a lot of the issues come in his problems with man coverage. I don't think he's got great hip fluidity. I don't think he's great at covering tight ends or running backs, and I think he's going to have a lot of trouble when they go into man and have the safety press up. But Nick Cross, round 3, pick 32, to the Indianapolis Colts as we enter hour 4 here of our draft coverage. We are going into what I'm certain now is going to be the last commercial break of the NFL round 3 draft as we head to compensatory picks. Round 3, pick 33, coming your way after this break. We are going to talk about the Detroit Lions as they are the ones making the next pick. I do want to. I want to say a couple good things. I want to talk nice about the Detroit Lions because the fact of the matter here is, even if you have picks that are considered slam dunks, still got to make the right ones. And I think they did a really, really good job in their first couple of rounds. I think they've really, not only in the draft but also in the offseason, getting a couple really good players. I think their offensive staff is really bolstered up now. They have Jameson Williams and DJ Chark at the wide receiving spots, making it easier for Jared Goff, also helping out Amon-Ra St. Brown, giving him a little more leeway to be the versatile player that he is. They have DeAndre Swift still in the backfield coming off that injury. Penei Sewell coming off of injury, starting to come back in his second year of experience where tackles are traditionally a lot better. I'm not saying their defense is even close to there, but I am pretty impressed with what they've built on the offensive end. Obviously, they still need a quarterback. I don't think the answer comes here, but I do think they are going to pick Sam Howell here at pick number 97 as these quarterbacks continue to fly off the board. And we end round 3 in a couple picks. I want to make sure I have the exact draft order so I know which one we end at. Yeah, so this is going to go to 105. So there are 8 picks after this one, and none of them need QBs. So realistically, I guess Detroit could wait, but there's a possibility New Orleans takes him at 98. Also a possibility that someone else trades up to get him because Houston is picking at 107, the second pick of the 4th round, and they also have 108. So that pick is, and one of those picks is from the Lions. So ideally, if the Lions are thinking about teams that might take quarterbacks before them, the Texans at 107 or 108, the Seahawks at 109 are a possibility. The Colts could take one at 122, trying to build for after Matt Ryan. The Titans already took one, so they're off the board for that. Yeah, so those teams pretty much are the ones that have the chance of drafting a QB. Also, the Panthers pick first in round 5, and that's still before the Lions because they gave up their round 5 pick as well to the Seahawks. So the Lions really don't have much going for them after this round. I really would be surprised if I didn't see either Sam Howell or, surprise me with Bailey Zapp if you want, but a quarterback should be coming here unless they really, really think either that Jared Goff is their guy or that Sam Howell is truly not, which I would understand, but I would need to hear. Big boy Barry Sanders giving this pick out. Gotta love it.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. And with the 97th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Kirby Joseph, defensive back, Illinois.
Kirby Joseph. So a lot of safeties starting to come off the board here at this tail end of the round. Kirby Joseph coming off the board now after Nick Cross went off the board, after we saw JT Woods fly off the board earlier in this round, and Brian Cook. And is that it? I think that's it. Brian Cook, JT Woods. Yeah, and then these two, Nick Cross and Kirby Joseph. So 4 safeties picked so far here in this third round. Kirby Joseph was the only player in FBS with 5 picks and 3 fumble recoveries. I'm reading that off the screen, full transparency. But that is a pretty interesting stat when you look at guys who are both around the ball a lot as turnover machines, which, as we've learned from Trayvon Diggs, even if you get burned over and over and over again, teams will value being able to get the ball and being able to create those turnovers. So shout out to Kirby Joseph. He becomes the 97th overall pick in the 2022 NFL Draft and the last pick for the Lions until round 5. We have pick number 98 for the Washington Commanders by Chase Young being made.
The 98th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Brian Robinson Jr., running back.
I like that pick for Washington. Brian Robinson Jr., the running back from Alabama. Now, full transparency here. I don't do running back scout. I don't necessarily scout running backs that often. With that being said, I've watched a lot of Brian Robinson, and I don't understand why he's valued as low as he is. I get that maybe he's a little older. He's been playing for quite a while. So that whole perspective, I guess, makes sense that you don't want a guy who's already possibly wasted a couple potential years in the pros. But 1,343 rushing yards last year, almost 300 reception yards, 16 touchdowns. This guy is an absolute bull, and he knows how to get into the end zone. I'm a big fan of the way he runs. I think the style that he runs with and the ferocity, the leg churning is very, very translatable. I think Brian Robinson Jr. is a starting running back in the NFL, and I thought it was only a matter of time till he got taken. 2,700 career rushing yards, 600 career reception yards, 31 career touchdowns. You got to remember, this is a guy playing at Bama, which means he didn't get all of the opportunities. He only got the ones he was able to use. He was only first on the depth chart for 1 year. He made the absolute most of it, being first team All SEC. I think we're going to see a lot of Brian Robinson Jr. for a lot of years to come. I'm a big fan of that pick for Washington. I think they knocked it out of the park there, especially when you talk about taking running backs and not taking them too early. So props to them for that. We have the Browns here on the clock at pick number 99. I don't know if they've taken a receiver. I don't believe they've taken a receiver yet, and I think they absolutely need to. Um, they're kind of in shambles there right now, and I don't necessarily understand what their plan is or who they plan to have Deshaun Watson throw the ball to. So they have the person ready to make the pick walking out, and let's listen in.
With the 99th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select David Bell, wide receiver, Purdue.
And there we go. A wide receiver on the board, a wide receiver taken. David Bell from Purdue heads to Cleveland. The knock on David Bell has always been his size. Yes, he is not not his size. The knock on David Bell has rather been his ability to stay on the field. But when he has been able to stay on the field, he's been absolutely magnificent. 93 receptions, 1,286 yards, 6 touchdowns, about 6'1", 212. David Bell is able to find himself open in multiple different scenarios. He's also great on the outside, but able to work himself onto the inside. I think he could be a slot guy if he wanted to be, but he works better with the contact on the outside and really going up for those one-on-one balls. So I'd really be interested to see if they line him up on the outside across from Donovan Peoples-Jones or whoever they have on that side. He was a finalist for the Blitnikoff Award, clearly showing that he is one of the top wide receivers in the nation. And although he did not garner a lot of respect from a lot of draft prospects, he did not – I feel like something with wide receivers in college that we have to realize is that a lot of the quarterbacks at lower ranked college schools are not necessarily professional level quarterbacks. And that means that the wide receivers have to make changes to adapt for and to those quarterbacks' games. So David Bell is someone who I think was hindered by his QB play in college. I think it's going to be a lot different in the NFL. I think Deshaun Watson throwing in the football is a pretty good match. And at the 99th pick in the draft, the Cleveland Browns have selected him. The Cardinals are up next at number 100.
100th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Myjai Sanders, defensive end, Cincinnati.
So Myjai Sanders goes off the board. As I said, I did not expect him to be on the board for much longer coming out of the third round. And Arizona makes a pretty smart pick here. I mean, he's a big guy, 6'5", only 230, so a little bit lighter than your typical defensive end. Might be more of a stand-up edge rusher, but right now he likes to play with his hand in the ground. One thing that you can instantly notice about him is his explosiveness. He's got a great sense of snap count, very good at jumping the line and making it absolutely very difficult for offensive tackles to stop him. The problem for him is that when he doesn't do that, he is not necessarily that big of a threat. So if he's not able to jump the snap count well, he's not going to necessarily be the biggest pass pressure guy, which is why he only had 2.5 sacks last year. Might be more of a run stuffer or a tackle for loss guy who gets more pressures than he does sacks and more hurries on the quarterback than actual hits. That being said, that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's something that can be very, very valuable. But as long as the Cardinals know that that's what they're getting in Myjai Sanders. So he goes number 100. The Jets are up next, round 3, pick 37, pick number 101 in the draft total. Are they really doing another commercial break? This thing was only supposed to go to 11 o'clock. They are 20 minutes over the top, and they are still throwing them out there. But yeah, the New York Jets are on the clock, and as we kind of close out this draft, the Jets are one of the teams that have made some of the biggest moves, not only in the draft, but they also got Laken Tomlinson, DJ Reed, CJ Uzoma, Tyler Conklin, and now they've made picks of Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, and Jermaine Johnson II. Sorry, I had a little brain mess up there. And I'm not a big fan of Johnson, but as I've said multiple times, I had him dropping to 27, so getting picked at 26 isn't a reach by any standard. It's getting him at the exact right spot. A lot of people think they got him as a sleeper, or not as a sleeper, but they were lucky for him to fall to them. It's not necessarily what I would say. I think they got him at the exact right time. But I think that's also part of the draft is getting guys at the right pick, the pick that you value them at. And although they said that Jermaine Johnson was top 8 on their board, you know whether or not a guy's going to get taken by, if a guy's so good that a team's going to take him at a certain point. And if you would have known that, if they would have thought that at a certain point, they would have traded up higher than 26. So I'm not disparaging them for saying he's one of the top guys on their board. You obviously have to say that. when you're talking about a guy you just picked. But I do think people should tamper expectations. I like the pick of Breece Hall. Once again, a little early for a team that has a lot of holes to fill. I was talking about that with Marek earlier, as you guys may or may not have heard. But I think the rest of the Jets draft was good enough that they're able to spring for a running back in the second round. I understand it was early, but at the same time, if you're the Jets keep getting running backs late, and that keeps resulting in them going to this cycle where they want to draft a new one every time. Michael Carter being the latest example, and I'm a big fan of Michael Carter's, but clearly they want more than that. So if they want more than that, you got to spend more than that. They spent the second round pick, and we'll see if it works. Of the guys left on the board, I can see Channing Tindall going here. Definitely could see Perry and Winfrey going here. Not Sam Howell, not Amari. Not maybe Amari Barno, but I would expect other people to go before him. Calvin Austin, not here. Leo Chenal, most likely not here. Falele is someone I could see, the offensive tackle from Minnesota. Keep an eye out for Daniel Falele. I don't know how to necessarily pronounce the name, and I don't want to do it wrong. Or Darian Kinnard from Kentucky. Those two tackle prospects is who I look out for here as the Jets look to make their last pick of the third round. As I mentioned, they already got Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, and Breece Hall filling all positions of need. So here, I think to fill another position of need would be to be getting that offensive tackle spot filled up, especially since they are having concerns about working with Mekhi Becton. I would look for one of those two tackle prospects. And as we enter back, we get one last look at beautiful Las Vegas. And is that Shaheen Holloway, the coach from Seton Hall, who's going to give us the most soft-spoken draft announcement we've ever heard. Let's give a listen.
Las Vegas, what's good, Vegas? New York, New Jersey, we in the building. Let's go. With the 101 pick in the 2022 draft, the New Jersey Jets select Jeremy Record from Ohio State. Jeremy Rucker, the tight end from
I don't understand that pick at all. I'm going to come out and say it. I don't get it. I really don't get it. You go out and you sign two tight ends in free agency, and now you draft one. Now, this is I want to talk a little bit about Jeremy Rucker without talking about the fact that I think he's a poor fit here. Jeremy Rucker is a stellar talent with great hands, honorable mention All Big Ten, good movement, good motion, a little more work to do when it comes to getting open. Right now, he seems to be more of a blocker who's kind of a check and release guy out of the backfield. Not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it could be a very good thing. But when you're talking about a team that's already signed two tight ends in free agency, you got to wonder what their plan is for the third one they just drafted here in the third round. That's the first pick the Jets have made where I truly don't understand where they're going here. They had an opportunity to pick one or more solid tackles, and they opted against it. So Jeremy Rucker is, for better or worse, the pick there. And we move on to pick 38 of this round in the compensatory selections. Miami, Kansas City, the Rams, and then we got one more at 105, I believe it's Cleveland. And that'll do it. The Dolphins this year, by the way, one of the best off seasons of any team. They added Mike McDaniel, Tyreek Hill, Connor Williams, and Terod Armstead. So they aren't necessarily looking to build on the offensive line front. A quarterback would be an interesting notion here. But I don't see it. I definitely don't see it. It could happen, obviously. I'm not saying it won't. They're not. They might want to put a little bit of pressure on Tua, but they have other needs, and one of those needs is linebacker, and there are a couple pretty good linebackers on the board. So with that in mind, we are going to get the pick, and I wonder if it will be Amari Barno or if it will be Chenal or someone else. Let's hear.
Thank you. It's an honor.
Larry Sonka announcing the pick, showing off his ring as well to the people in the crowd chanting at him.
undefeated Miami Dolphins.
Still touting the undefeated season. Why not, right?
With the 102nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Channing Tindall.
Channing Tindall. All right. Someone, once again, a linebacker. So one of the only two guys one of the guys I forgot to mention when I was naming the linebackers that possibly could go here. But Channing Tindall, the top one on the board, and yet another Georgia defensive player off the board. 6'1", just about 6'2", really. Channing Tindall, 230 pounds, second team All SEC this year. Probably would have been first team All SEC if it wasn't for, I don't know, half of his teammates. Playing on the same linebacking core as Quay Walker and Nakobe Dean is tough. And I think it really makes it difficult to judge some of these players when you're looking at the depth of talent they were playing around and how Kirby Smart really had to, I don't know, how he had to really fit them in. Channing Tindall, 108 career tackles, 12 sacks, 16 tackles for loss. I think Channing Tindall is one of those guys with a lot of talent that was kind of hidden by all of the other talent around him. And that's going to showcase for a team like Miami that really needs that linebacker spot there. I think he's a guy that can actually come in, maybe not play day one, but put him through a training camp. He'll be ready to go. I think Channing Tindall is a guy that can make a contribution in his first season, which is not something I say about every guy in the third round. Let me tell you that much. We have pick 39 here in the third round. Pick number 103 overall coming out to present the Chiefs pick. And we are 3 picks away from the end of the third round. So I'll do a little thank you after the fact. But here come the Kansas City Chiefs.
With the 103rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Leo Chenal, linebacker, Wisconsin.
So Leo Chenal, I think that's how you say it, Chenal. Maybe if it's Chanel, I'm sorry. Chenal, from the linebacker from Wisconsin, stops his mini slide here at pick 39 here in the third round. 6'2", 250, second team All-American. Leo Chenal has been at this school for a couple of years now. He's a linebacker that kind of plays a little bit more of an interior role rather than a drop back role. He's a big run stuffer, really good at plugging the A and B gaps. Not so much a guy who likes to drop back into coverage, which is going to be a problem when teams run play actions, when teams drop back into passing sets. You can't just necessarily take a guy off every time there's a passing set. He has one big pick this year, and that came from when the ball was thrown directly at him in a game against Michigan. Big interception, don't get me wrong. It was big for the team. Doesn't actually say much to me about his actual potential as a zone coverage guy. So that doesn't fool me necessarily as it did some other people. I think he has a lot of work to do in that pass coverage category. But Leo Chenal is good at plugging the A and B gaps and stopping the run, and he is pick number 103 for the Kansas City Chiefs. The Los Angeles Rams with the penultimate pick of the third round, followed by the San Francisco 49ers. Their pick is already in. And before we do that, we're going to take a quick look at the Chiefs selection so far. They have picked corner Trent McDuffie, George Karlaftis, the edge rusher, Sky Moore, the small but explosive wide receiver, Brian Cook, the safety, and Leo Chenal, the linebacker. Once again, a lot of teams not doubling up in a lot of positions, rather picking need-based spots and doing so economically and at what they believe to be the right time for their team. Waiting on the Rams pick to come in now. To be honest, I'm not necessarily sure what I expect here. I would expect maybe a wide receiver. Calvin Austin would be my guess here.
Who's house? It is such an honor to be here.
Taron Killam?
The first pick from the reigning world champion Rams.
Taron Killam is announced in the draft pick. Another guy would not have been on my board. He's pointing to his ring. He doesn't have a ring.
Franchise rushing leader, Mr. Steven Jackson.
This is who I want to hear from. Steven Jackson time.
As a kid that grew up in this town, 6 miles from here, I had the same dream that I'm about to present. But I want to tell everybody that has a dream, always remember, like this town, bet on yourself. And with that,
Amen.
the 104th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Logan Bruss, guard, Wisconsin.
Logan Bruss from Wisconsin. So, 2 straight Wisconsin players off the board. Logan Bruss being this one, the 6'5", 310-pound second team All Big Ten guard from Wisconsin off the board. Part of that big trench warfare style of game that Wisconsin really liked to run this year. The up the gut punch style offense that they really like to have. Logan Bruss was a big part of that, especially when it came to the few screen and running plays on the outside that they did do. Logan Bruss was a big part of pulling. He's also able to play right tackle, and he has done so in the past for Wisconsin. So he has that versatility. I think that's one of the things that the Rams also like about having offensive linemen like that. They have a couple, and now they've added Logan Bruss. So with the 104th pick, Logan Bruss becomes a second straight Wisconsin player off the board. With the last pick here in the third round, the last pick of day 2, the San Francisco 49ers pick is in. We are currently waiting for it. While we do, I want to go through my thank yous. Oh, never mind. They are already out on stage, so I guess I will finish up with that. We have the 105th and last pick in the third round and on day 2.
The 105th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Danny Gray, wide receiver, SMU. That brings us to the end of another amazing day of the 2022 NFL Draft. Thanks to all of our fans for being here and watching with us, and we will see you back here tomorrow morning. Good night.
All right, and that will do it as Danny Gray is selected as the last pick of the third round. I unfortunately do not have too much data on him or film, as typically is with Kyle Shanahan selections. He really likes to go under a lot of people's noses and pick guys that don't have that much tape on them. But I will look at some and get back to you guys about that. This has been 4.5 hours of pure joy. I do want to thank a couple people. I want to thank Steve, the general, for jumping on first. I want to, of course, thank my friends at Sharp Rank for jumping in with me and having that conversation. I think that was actually a really interesting time. I really want to thank both Azim and Rashad. Azim rakes on Twitter. Rashad is at True Eagle and has his new podcast about the NFC East breakdown, so make sure to go check that out. I'm going to feature on his show next week. I'm excited. He owes me a beer. I haven't forgotten about it. I'm going to make him pay up before I do it. But that'll pretty much do it for me. Oh, and thank you to my friend Mark, of course, for jumping in and helping out. I really do appreciate your time. And yeah, that'll pretty much do it for me. Thank you to my co-host, Job. Thank you to everybody at BCMG, the guys at Budhole for hosting day 1. That was a blast. For giving me day 2. Really appreciate it. Job's going to kill day 3, I'm sure. And yeah, I already mentioned them for being on here, but thank you to our partners at SharpRank for always tracking our picks. Thank you to our sponsors at BetUS. Remember to use code use code the source at bet.us for a 150% sign up bonus upon your first deposit. I can check the comments really quickly. I don't believe we got any about their favorite team and about their favorite picks, so there will not be a $25 gift card giveaway. If you did do so and I did not see, please send me a message at Source Podcast 11 on Twitter, and we will immediately make sure we get that to you. My apologies if we did not see it. You can find us, as I said, at Source Podcast 11 on Twitter. You can also find us at www.sourcepodcast.com, where I posted our mock draft and final big board for round 1. You can also find us pretty much anywhere you listen to podcasts: Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music. We got them all. The Source Podcast with Job Goddard and Sam Hiller have a couple of big episodes coming out after May 8th, which is a deadline for one of us that we have some work to do for. But after that, we will be absolutely pushing out content. I will be on Rashad's show next week, and Job will be with you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys very much for joining me on this 4.5 hour day 2 draft broadcast, and I will see you all later. This has been Sam from The Source. Have a good night, everybody.